Meet our protagonist, the guy with the perpetually cool face. That's Ian Hop. He's one of the most unfortunate souls you'll ever meet. Why? Because he was utterly yanked into a game. And not just any game, one with a hellish difficulty level, where even a single careless misstep could mean a swift and brutal game over. To top it all off, it was a pirated game Ian had downloaded, called Aquilonia, set in a truly brutal fantasy world, rife with conspiracy and betrayal at every turn. His current body? It's none other than Ian Hop himself, a character Ian had painstakingly crafted before his unexpected plunge into the game. A troublesome mage, Aquilonia was initially designed as a game where players had to pick a single, focused path. That was truly the only way to survive the crushing difficulty of the game's brutal second half. But our genius protagonist? He wasn't having any of that. If he needed stamina, he'd dump points into stamina. If he wanted to wield a sword, he'd simply buy a sword. And his incredibly lame excuse for this madness? He claimed he was a solo player, forced to fight all by his lonesome, so naturally, he felt he had no other choice but to spread his points thin across every single stat. And thanks to this utterly idiotic method of allocating his points, Ian's character became completely bugged. Upon realizing his character was irrevocably broken, he tried to delete it and start fresh with a new one. But the moment he clicked, the last thing Ian's eyes registered was his computer screen flickering wildly and displaying some truly bizarre information. And when he finally woke up, Ian was in a swamp. And instantly he was swarmed by all sorts of grotesque enemies and terrifying monsters. Ian quickly processed the horrifying truth. He was inside the game, and this grim place he now stood in was ominously known as the training area. What did I do wrong? What did I do to deserve a place like this? Such frantic questions relentlessly pounded through Ian's mind. But he had precious little time to dwell on his utterly bizarre situation, because if he made even the tiniest error, he'd be pushing up daisies in less than an instant. And so, after half a brutal year crawled by in that cursed swamp, Ian had finally, agonizingly, adapted to this brutal new world. And as of this very moment, it's officially been one grueling year since he got forcefully sucked into this wretched game. Not long ago, he took on a quest from this old man to wipe out a whole pack of kobolds. In return for his efforts, the man promised him free drinks at his tavern. For someone like Ian, who'd faced countless battles, wiping out a few kobolds was barely a challenge. Everything was going smoothly until these bastards set the forest ablaze. They wanted to kill the kobolds even though they knew full well Ian had already gone in to wipe them out. Damn that fire. I wonder if those kobolds will even survive. The one-eyed man muttered to himself. Just then, the bald guy turned to the commander and asked, "That mage is no pushover. Should we retreat?" Hearing that, the leader snarled, "You fools, don't lose your nerve. Look at the size of that fire. His mana can't have recovered yet." But right after he said that, he suddenly sensed something strange. He quickly turned around, signaling to his men. "He's here." Following their gaze, Ian started walking out from the blazing fire. As he walked, he grumbled, "Damn, this thing is heavy." In his hand, Ian was still holding the severed head of a kobold. Its eyes were still open in death, staring back at Ian. He was a little surprised as he emerged from the forest, because a few rude guys were blocking his path. Meanwhile, on the other side, the leader spoke up, "You'd better walk away quietly, kid. Don't even think of pulling anything. Put the head down and I'll spare your life." His words made Ian cover his face in exasperation. Then he smiled and said, "If you insist." With that, Ian tossed the kobold's head to the ground and immediately unleashed his magic. Seeing Ian instantly conjure magic, the leader was stunned. When the hell did he start chanting? But he reacted a moment later, yelling at the bushes to the side, "Fire!" On the leader's command, a guy popped up from the bushes, a grunt holding a crossbow, who fired at Ian. But Ian had already seen it coming. Just as the bolt was about to strike him, Ian unleashed a quick spell, skillfully altering its path, sending it directly into the bald thug's calf. Witnessing this, the other henchman froze, utterly dumbfounded, completely bewildered by what had just occurred. But their leader snapped back to reality, roaring, "Don't just stand there gawking. Kill him." With that, both charged forward, intending to overwhelm Ian together. Yet, Ian remained perfectly calm, taking only a light step back, as he conjured a spell in his open palm. Then he slammed his palms together, and the spell activated instantly, and this magic was certainly flashy. Once unleashed, the spell began releasing waves of frigid air, spreading outwards, cold enough to freeze everything, within a radius of several meters, and the one-eyed thug, being at the front, took the full brunt of the blast, and was instantly frozen solid into an ice statue. The ice statue then toppled forward, shattering into a million glittering pieces. Thus ended the life of one bandit. Back to the leader, who was now utterly shocked, because Ian wielding ice magic was entirely inconsistent with the information he'd gathered from what he'd heard on the street. Damn it, isn't he supposed to be a fire mage? So that means the fire was caused by an explosion, not by magic. Meanwhile, after dealing with one of them, Ian turned to the leader and calmly asked, "Are the other two still hiding in the bushes?" As he spoke, he started conjuring fire magic, creating blazing fireballs that hovered menacingly around him. Then, Ian divided up the fireballs and began continuously blasting the surrounding area, not even bothering to wait for the leader's answer. Why waste time? Just burn everything down. And this seemingly random bombardment was incredibly effective. The lackeys who had been lurking in the bushes, trying to ambush him earlier, were now begging for their lives in the face of this terrifying firepower. But Ian didn't care and just kept firing. By the time he stopped, only the leader and the bald guy were left alive. But not for long. Ian approached the bald guy and gave him a pat on the head. This fiery pat sent the bald man to join his friends immediately. As for the leader, after witnessing this scene, he was so scared he couldn't even stand. "No way, how can you have both fire and ice attributes at the same time?" he said, his body trembling violently. "Why? Because I'm a trash character." Of course, as Ian spoke, he picked up a nearby sword and sent the guy off to join his underlings, so he'd have some company. Afterwards, Ian picked up the kobold's head and brought it back to the tavern. The old tavern owner was a bit surprised to see that Ian had actually completed the quest. "That's amazing, you cleared out the entire kobold camp. I wasn't expecting that at all, but thank you." But before the old man could finish speaking, Ian slammed a sword down on the table. As soon as the owner opposite him saw the sword, he broke out in a cold sweat, because he knew exactly who it belonged to. "That sword, so you've met those knights?" Hearing this, Ian replied, "Yeah. They were up to some dirty business, so I took care of all of them before coming here." "Is there anyone else around here that needs to be dealt with?" Ian asked in a cold voice. He wanted to know if the old tavern owner knew whether those guys had any accomplices or close acquaintances, so he could eliminate them all at once to prevent future trouble. The old man understood Ian's intention and quickly said, "Don't worry, they're not worth your time. Those scumbags never did anything anyway. All they did was drink and eat all day." "Don't you see?" Just then a man drinking nearby chimed in. "That's right, they called themselves knights, but they acted no different from bandits." Yeah, stop your whining, you punk. If you hadn't gotten to them first, I would have handled them myself." Hearing that, Ian sighed. It seemed he had truly been overthinking things. Then, a notification panel suddenly materialized before Ian. Side quest: clear the kobold camp and defeat the kobold leader. Status: kobold camp cleared, January 1st. Defeat kobold leader, 1/1. Quest complete. The appearance of this notification panel didn't surprise Ian much as usual. The reward is nothing special, Ian thought with boredom. Then, he sheathed his sword and turned to the old shopkeeper. "You haven't forgotten about the quest fee, have you? Don't worry. As promised, you can stay at this tavern for free for the rest of your life. Is there anything else you need? In that case, please prepare some hot water for me," Ian said, heading back to his room. A short while later, Ian was relaxing in the bathtub, but suddenly, he sensed a presence. He swiftly grabbed his sword and swung it behind him, but the person who appeared was just a worker from the inn. Seeing this, Ian hurriedly halted his sword. However, his action had scared the maid senseless. "I just brought some water," she said, terrified. After hearing her, Ian slowly sheathed his sword and said, "Sorry about that. I thought you were an assassin." Then, "Shall I pour the water into the tub for you, sir? If it's too hot, just let me know." As she spoke, she slowly added water to the tub, but her eyes were glued to Ian's chiseled abs. Ian noticed this and spoke up, "Don't get any funny ideas." Hearing that, the maid quickly stood up and said, I wasn't doing anything. Then she started to focus more on adding the water, while Ian became lost in his own thoughts. Thanks to this character's base stats, I was able to survive in the starting area. Otherwise, I would have been dead long ago. Still, the stats are what they are, and the character Ian Hop is still a bugged character. Ever since I landed in this world, the map of this world keeps expanding. My enemies have grown so much stronger, and now there are even people and villages I've never encountered before. Thankfully, I haven't faced any problems yet. That's because the stat difference between me and these country bumpkins is just astronomical. But if I just stay in one place, whatever comes next will definitely kill me. I absolutely have to get stronger, even if it's just a little bit. Hopefully, there's something useful at the kobold camp. I should have just told those idiots to go look for it. And so, the very next morning, he hired some thugs to head to the kobold camp to search for any remaining items. Yeah, we can totally take this stuff, Sir Ian said. We should just bring back anything that looks valuable. Meanwhile, Ian wondered if those guys were doing exactly as he'd told them to. Right then, he was at the kobold leader's corpse. The main reason he had to return was to retrieve the gem from its chest. Next, Ian drew his sword and used it to pry the stone out. The old tavern owner saw this and seemed a bit puzzled. Is this gem cursed? Yes, something like that. Contains tainted mana and something else. Hearing this, the old man pondered for a moment, then asked, "Are you saying this leader used black magic? Or something? More accurately, some bastard embedded this thing into the monster's body so it could use it." Ian asked, "What if you get bewitched by that gem?" Bewitched? If someone were to be bewitched by this stone, they'd become a puppet, a new toy for that bastard. Cutting to two young men from the collection team. "Johnson, have you checked everything here yet?" "Whoa, what's that gem? It's beautiful. Did you find it?" the black-haired young man said, seeing Johnson holding a gem. Johnson replied in an excited voice, "Yeah, I just found it. I plan to bring it home for my mother." As he spoke, he turned to look at the black-haired young man, with a very strange expression on his face. "Let's check in with Ian." He was busy examining all the items he'd just snatched from the kobold village. "Not bad at all," he mused. "This must be the loot from the kobold leader's tent." It included mana stones, a wicked crimson eye necklace, granting strength +1, stamina +1, spirit +3, and a hefty pile of silver coins. "But this is the most crucial find," he declared, picking up the familiar red stone. "It's a tainted, high-grade mana essence. Now all I need to do is purify it, and then I'll finally be able to use it. But this certainly isn't the place to purify such a stone." So, he slipped it into the spatial pouch in his inner pocket. "I know my spatial pouch is small and yet, still incredibly convenient. Having been transported here, somehow," he pondered. "I've retained the character's level and skills, Ian Thorpe, but there's a huge difference. The game's starting progression, quests, items, everything has completely changed." This made Ian truly wonder, then why haven't my level and skills been reset? Are they showing me mercy? Are they afraid I just die too quickly? Perhaps whoever dragged me to this world has left things this way. I'm incredibly grateful for that, but it would have been even better if they'd been just a tad more generous. Just then, the old tavern owner, who had been rummaging around for a while, finally found an axe and called out, "Hey, Sir Knight, am I truly allowed to take this?" "You are, but it's not free," Ian replied. "What do you mean?" "We'll discuss that later. For now, let's head to the entrance. Let's see if you've handled the task I gave you properly." After that, Ian stepped outside and gathered his lackeys to collect everything they had managed to find. Seeing the bulging bags his henchmen were carrying brought a pleased smile to Ian's face. "Good, everyone's bags are packed to the brim. However, these rascals are notorious for their sticky fingers, so to be absolutely sure, Ian started using magic to ensure they weren't hiding any personal souvenirs. Searching like this isn't difficult, but it's always better to double-check. As he said that, he activated his Mona Scan clairvoyance skill. Instantly, Ian's vision tinted a shimmering light blue. The henchmen visibly tensed up at this sight. It looked like they had been hiding something after all. Fortunately, they hadn't stashed anything particularly special. Nothing that would catch Ian's eye like a powerful magic item. And so, the first two goons passed Ian's scrutiny. He continued walking, his gaze sweeping over the others. Nothing, absolutely nothing. But just as that thought crossed his mind, he abruptly halted, because right then, In his line of sight, tucked inside the blonde guy's hip pouch, a peculiar color shimmered into view. It was the unmistakable glow of an item imbued with mana. This sight made Ian want to facepalm so hard. He'd only meant to check just in case, but it turns out, some idiot actually dared to touch his stuff. How can you be so stupid? Ian muttered under his breath. His words made the blonde guy opposite him jump in surprise. Huh? What was that, sir? In answer to the guy's bewildered question, Ian pressed his sword's blade firmly against the man's neck, and said coldly, "Show me what's in your bag." Seeing this chilling display, the blonde-haired man broke out in a frantic cold sweat. His voice began to stammer, I don't understand what you're saying." But just as he was about to stutter out another explanation, his voice abruptly warped. Then, his eyes slowly began to glow a sinister red. His entire body started to pulse with an ominous, strange aura. The other hired hands saw this and frantically scrambled backward, shouting, "What the hell, Johnson?" But the Johnson they knew had already vanished, replaced by something else. His entire body began to grotesquely contort into impossibly bizarre and unnatural positions. Seeing this, Ian let out a weary sigh and drew his sword. So he's been possessed by the curse. Huh? I guess we were never meant to get along from the very start. As he spoke, he deftly swung his sword, aiming it directly for Johnson's neck. But just as the gleaming blade was about to sever the man's head, it was abruptly blocked by his bare hand. Or more accurately, he caught the sword clean between two fingers, with an impossibly cool, unflappable expression. He casually remarked, "You shouldn't aim for the neck." The possessed Johnson drawled in a taunting voice. But seeing this, Ian was utterly too exhausted to even respond. "Oh really? I thought this was just an ordinary curse, but it seems there's something more going on here." Just then, Johnson, from the other side, started yelling at Ian. "You treacherous bastard! You've disturbed the place where I planted my seed. You're also the one who hid my seed, aren't you?" The man's words made Ian think, is he talking about that gem? Maybe when I put it in my dimensional pouch, he lost his connection to it. That must be why he's saying this. If I hadn't been here, this village would have been raided by those goblins. To him, I'm definitely an unknown variable. Realizing this, Ian understood everything, deciding to taunt the man. "You're in quite a hurry, aren't you? I'll be sure to put your mana to good use." Black magician. His words drove the possessed Johnson across from him into a rage. "You arrogant bastard," he shouted furiously. At the same time, Johnson's aura became much more powerful. In particular, his hand transformed to look like a demon's. Then, with just a little bit of force, he was able to shatter Ian's sword. Seeing this, Ian quickly backed away to create some distance, not forgetting to curse the man in front of him. "Damn it, I just found this sword." But before he could curse any further, Johnson instantly lunged in front of him, swinging his arm to attack. Ian quickly used his sword, the broken blade, to strike at the hands coming towards him. But unfortunately, it could only knock the hands away, not sever them. It was probably because after being enhanced, his hands were no longer human. Moreover, Johnson was only using his hands to attack. Therefore, his swings were incredibly fast. His swift and sharp blows forced Ian to continuously retreat. Seeing this, the Mad Dog Johnson was overjoyed. "Looks like I've got you overwhelmed, huh? Now, let me teach you some manners." But his laughter lasted a mere 3 seconds, before Ian unleashed a scorching fireball right at him. It slammed directly into him. The black magician's eyes flew wide in pure shock. But at this close range, dodging was impossible. Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted. And yet, Ian had already conjured 2 or 3 more fireballs, just in case that guy wasn't finished. He'd be getting a full blast of fire to the face. And as predicted, 1 fireball wasn't enough to seal his fate. Meanwhile, the resilient black magician, the moment he staggered to a sitting position, he snarled at Ian, "You, just what in the world are you?" But Ian, on his end, had no intention of exchanging any more pleasantries. "You talk too much," he simply stated. He rained down all his fireballs at the man, just to be safe. He even conjured an even larger one on top. After being pummeled by the fiery barrage, Johnson's entire body was now completely charred black. But incredibly, he still refused to die. He just had to bark out a few more threats. Before spitting, "You're one of Crimson's people. Very well, we will meet again. Don't forget that the one who will torture your soul is me." But before he could finish, Ian swung his sword, sending the man's head flying. But you had to admit, this guy was unbelievably tough. Even with his head chopped clean off and rolling away, he still managed to mumble a few last words. "Necromancer." Back to Ian after finally taking the man down. He offered some sage advice to the now headless corpse. "No need to state your name, after you've already been thoroughly beaten." Having said that, he plunged his hand straight into Johnson's chest and pulled out a peculiar stone, exactly like the one he'd found before. "This gem is even smaller than the leader's, just as I thought. It seems there's more than one." He then slowly stood up and stared directly at the hired hands before him. "All right, who else has one?" Several days passed. Today, Ian went out on a mission, but returned earlier than usual. The old shopkeeper spotted him and asked, "Finished your mission early again, huh? I still can't believe you're a mage." Hearing this, Ian began to grumble. "Watch that mouth of yours. Old man, don't worry. You look nothing like those other weird mages. Their reputation isn't exactly the best, so I understand why you hid your story at first. Enough talk. Do you want me to roast that beard of yours?" As he said this, Ian began to conjure a flame in his palm. Seeing this, the old man quickly backed away, saying, all right, no need. I was just worried about you, really. I don't think the black mage will let this go." Ian, hearing this, coldly replied, "Worry about yourself." In reality, Ian already had his own plans in mind. He'd have to deal with that guy sooner or later, so there was nothing to worry about for now. He had completed all the tasks from the tavern and the side quests in the village. But the problem was, all these quests gave pitifully little experience. It was probably time to move on. Ian began to plan for the future, unaware that a few strangers were currently searching for him. "You were right, sir. The one who destroyed the Kobold group is in this village." And not long after, this group had indeed found their way to the tavern, where Ian was staying. "Good morning, sir. I heard there's someone here who single-handedly wiped out an entire army of kobolds. Are you that person?" The freckle-faced young man said this while looking at Ian. As for Ian's reaction after seeing them, he could only curse silently in his mind. Damn it, he thought, because the knight behind the freckle-faced man was no ordinary person and had a huge impact on the story. This person's name was Mevaloren, also known as the Blood-Soaked Avenger. Mevaloren was originally a knight of Azalane, but blinded by hatred, he became a mid-boss in the first chapter of Aquilonia. Ian didn't know the reason why, but he'd heard he'd stormed the palace alone to kill King Agaland. Putting that aside, even when facing death's door, all of his attacks were critical hits. As the mid-boss of the first chapter, dealing with him was utterly impossible, and now this very monster was here, looking for Ian. Returning to the present, after hearing the freckle-faced man's words, Ian gestured for them to look at the kobold leader's head, which he had mounted on the wall. At this, both of them stepped into the inn and approached the head to get a closer look. Amazing! Even the mercenaries on the border are afraid to clash with them, yet you managed to wipe them out so easily, the freckle-faced young man exclaimed, with a voice full of admiration. Then, he composed himself and turned to introduce himself. "My apologies for the abrupt questions. We had to confirm if you were the person we're looking for. Allow me to introduce you. This is a follower of Lucola and an apostle of Tavern, the guardian of the southern border, and the treasured sword of Angeline, Knight Mevaloren." Ian now had a chance to observe the knight more closely. "I never expected this, but he looks so different now. It seems he hasn't been consumed by hatred yet. But that's a good thing. Meeting him while he was on a rampage, I'd have to run for my life." Turning back to the freckle-faced young man, he was now introducing himself. "And I am Philip, his subordinate. On behalf of my master, I greet you. It's a pleasure to meet you." After hearing Philip, Ian replied wearily, "I'm Ian Ho. As you can see, I'm just an ordinary mercenary. Why would you people come all the way here, looking for me?" After hearing this, Philip quickly asked, "Did you not notice anything strange in the kobold village?" After hearing this, Ian was definitely puzzled by this strange turn of events. It seemed like traces of black magic, or something even darker. Philip called it something heretical, utterly forbidden. The fact that these two individuals knew about the black mage's existence was a shocker. That alone was a huge surprise to Ian. Even more surprising, I've met Mevaloren before, he thought. He was corrupted. Now they're also hunting that cursed mage. I should test them, he mused, a mischievous glint in his eye. Ian began to bluff. I'm not so sure about all this. Even if there was, I'm just a mercenary. I don't act out of righteousness. Not unless. Unless we're making a deal, of course. The more money, the merrier, I say. If the esteemed knight here makes a generous offer, I'll consider it. As he spoke, he brazenly turned to look at Meve. This action seemed incredibly disrespectful, especially towards a knight of Meve's standing. Philip was just about to shout in outrage, but Meve immediately raised a hand, signaling him to stop. Then, Meve began to speak. He's not wrong. My apologies for the discourtesy. As she spoke, she began to remove her helmet, revealing the face of a beautiful, red-haired woman. She then calmly sat down and explained, I'm usually reserved when I first meet people, which is why Philip often speaks for me. I meant no offense by it. And as she said this, across from her, our boy Ian was still absolutely frozen in shock. All because of Meve's true appearance. She was actually a woman. Now I remember, he thought, I never really heard Meve's voice clearly before. The only things I recall are her breathing and her hushed whispers. Meanwhile, Meve continued her proposition. Shall we proceed? She asked. I will pay for any information you provide. Understood? The young man, Philip, heard this and immediately understood. He pulled out a pouch of money and handed it to Meve. She then took one glittering gold coin from the pouch and deliberately placed it in front of Ian. The moment he saw the money, Ian's face lit up with a bright smile. A gold coin, the highest value currency in the kingdom. Huh? Well, I hope this helps you understand. Meve sincerely stressed the gravity of this situation. Once the money was in hand, Ian wasted no time selling it off. From what I've gathered, someone has been deliberately cultivating those kobolds. The third leader is wielding corrupted mana, a power that person established and grows stronger daily. I also found out the leader has a gem, brimming with corrupted mana, embedded right in its chest, the dark mage's own gem. As he spoke, he carefully placed the crimson stone on the table. Then he recounted the dark mage's exact words. He claimed that because I stole it, his grand scheme was utterly ruined. He swore he'd definitely find and kill me one day. Ian's revelations sent a chill down Meve's spine, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. I have a truly dreadful feeling about all this. You were absolutely right. A seed of darkness has indeed been sown in this kingdom. Now I need to confirm his identity. I suppose we'll have no choice but to tail him. Here are 10 gleaming gold pieces in this bag. I want that gem, she declared, tossing her coin purse directly to Ian. Seeing this, Ian eagerly snatched the money, weighing it in his hand. After quickly confirming the amount, he grinned brightly and proclaimed, "All right then, you've got yourself a deal." Meve then presented Ian with another proposition. "There's just one more thing if you can manage it. I'd like you to escort me safely back to the palace, as the sole witness." Right after she finished, a quest notification suddenly materialized before Ian's eyes. Side quest, escort Mevaloren, and eliminate the dark mage. Reward, 1 skill point. This quest, appearing seemingly out of thin air, sent Ian into a frenzy of delight. I knew meeting these two wasn't a mistake after all. A whole skill point as a reward. I can't possibly let this opportunity slip by. With these thoughts, Ian flashed a sinister smile and declared, "As I've said before, I'm a mercenary. If you want me to join your party, we'll have to strike a proper deal." Ian's insatiable greed made Philip, who was standing nearby, cry out in exasperation. "Good grief, you've already pocketed so much coin. What more could you possibly want?" His shouting made Ian start grumbling. "You're so loud, and more importantly, if you hire me, I'll help you find him." Hearing this, Meve quickly asked, "You mean you know where he's hiding?" "No, but I can find him. This is my line of work," Ian declared. Of course, he was just bluffing, but at the very least he had a hunch about where the dark mage might be hiding. He then started to explain, "Besides, he hates my guts. If you want his target to join in, you'll have to pay extra." His words made Meve hesitate for a moment, and then she said, "Alright, I want to hire you, Ian Hop. I'll stake my own name on this deal." And just like that, the deal was struck. Immediately after, Ian began to lead them in search of that bastard, Dark Mage, but, it seemed, the place Ian was leading them wasn't very pleasant. So Mev had to turn back and ask, "Hey, Ian, are you sure the Dark Mage is in a place like this?" Hearing her from behind, Ian simply replied, "Yeah. His hiding place is most likely the Graveyard Forest." The Graveyard Forest is also known as the Forest of No Return. That forest was created by the ancient fairies. Atop a graveyard, it was originally a burial place for soldiers, but as time went on, even commoners began to leave their graves there. Gradually, the fog in the forest grew thicker, and those who entered could never find their way out. Back to the conversation after hearing this, Mev asked doubtfully, "But the forest is in the middle of the kingdom. Do you really think the Dark Mage would hide in a place like that?" After hearing her, Ian began to explain, "You see, he's still sowing his seeds everywhere, just waiting for the day to harvest. He would stay in secluded places to avoid trouble, and the fact that this forest is in the middle of the kingdom makes it even better, right? A perfect place to plot where no one would ever expect." And that's when he glanced at the sky, then suggested, "I'll explain more on our way there, but for now let's take a quick break." Mev, hearing this, readily agreed. Alright, it's getting late anyway. Philip then suggested, "In that case, let's head deeper into the forest. There's a stream nearby, where travelers often rest for the night." Hearing Philip's naive suggestion, Ian quickly warned, "There are wolves in this forest. I'd rather not lose any sleep." Philip, startled, exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't know. Well then, I'll go gather some firewood." As he said this, he rushed into the forest. Ian sighed, seeing this greenhorn, he's going to attract the whole forest. Ian spoke casually, completely unaware that behind the group, a massive pack of wolves was lying in wait, ready to devour them, and especially among the pack, there was one that looked just like an elite monster. After a while, the group began to rest and prepare food. And during this time, after walking with Mev for a while, Ian realized something profound. There wasn't a single trace in her eyes of a blood-soaked avenger, the one who drowned the palace in a sea of blood when she killed the king. Perhaps she had her own reasons, just like any other villain. He then started to pull out a prepared lunchbox from his bag. Philip, seeing this, joyfully exclaimed, "We finally get to open that bag." As for the story behind this lunchbox, it was a gift from the maid at the inn, given to Ian the day before they departed. "Wait, Sir Ian, please take this. I've prepared some cold cuts and cheese. I hope you have a safe journey." That's what she had said, and it was driving Philip crazy with envy. Seeing his expression, Ian spoke up. "You just want plain rice? Huh? You're going to share?" Philip said in surprise. "If you can keep your mouth shut, then yes." As he spoke, Ian was just about to open his lunchbox, when his hand suddenly froze mid-air. Ian's face turned deadly serious, his usual cheer gone. The sudden shift in his demeanor silenced the very air around him. Mev, sensing the change, also spoke up. "Looks like we've got an uninvited guest." As she said this, she started pulling her helmet back on. Right on cue, the chilling sound of wolves howling began to echo all around them. Philip's face instantly went ashen with fear. Wolves? How are they already this close? Philip didn't have long to wonder, because just then, from the forest ahead, countless glowing pairs of eyes materialized. Philip's voice caught in his throat. What are they? Are they all wolves? What do we do?" His voice was thick with terror. Meanwhile, Ian let out a low curse. "Damn it, looks like our lunch break is over." And just then, from the opposite side, more wolves burst from the forest, surrounding them. Taking in the forms of these attacking wolves, Mev quickly assessed the situation. By their size, these are just regular wolves. "Think this has anything to do with the Dark Mage?" "Don't know, but we'll find out after we kill them," Ian said coldly. "You're right, Philip. Get back and guard the horses." As she spoke, she drew her sword and stepped forward. But right after that, noticing Ian was also preparing to fight, she quickly interjected, "Ian, you stay back and guard the horses too." Ian immediately rejected her command. "I'm not guarding them. You do it." "What?" Mev exclaimed, utterly shocked. Ian telling her to stay back and guard? While he's wearing that heavy armor. How are you going to chase them down like that? Ian just said. Mev, still hearing him, was about to explain something, but just then, Philip, now surrounded by a wolf pack behind them, cried out for help. "Master, I think these wolves are going to attack from this side." 2. Hearing Philip's plight, Ian advised the woman beside him, "Don't worry about me, this is something only I can do. Besides, you have nothing to lose." Just then, Philip's panicked cry for help rang out again. With no other choice, Maeve had to turn back to rescue him. At the same time, she warned Ian, "Don't die." Hearing that, Ian started to whisper, "Damn it, you're the one to worry about." Then, he turned to face the wolves in front of him. "There are so many of them," Ian mumbled. Just as he said this, a wolf leaped straight at him, but with a year's experience in slaughter, Ian easily dodged the snap of its jaws. But the close call still ticked Ian off. "Damn it, these wretched wolves. I could kill them all with just a bit of fire magic. But I can't risk revealing my trump card. I don't know when she might turn on me." Thinking this, he urgently stepped back and mumbled, "If I don't want to draw attention, this is probably the best option." As he spoke, he began to use the low-level dark spell Windblade. The low-level dark spell Windblade is a skill that allows the user to absorb wind, to increase their movement speed, and if the user wishes, they can turn it into a sharp blade, just like now. As two wolves charged at Ian at the same time, he swung his wind energy-filled sword, straight at the necks of the two. Normally, it would be difficult to make such a clean cut, but thanks to the enhancement from the wind energy, Ian easily sliced through the heads of both wolves. But at that very moment, another wolf lunged forward to ambush him. Before he could react, its jaws clamped down on him, and at the moment, it was about to use its strength to crush Ian. It immediately realized that its teeth couldn't possibly sink into this small body. That's because Ian had used the low-level dark spell Windshield right after. He used some damn skill to escape the wolf's jaws. After getting free, he didn't forget to throw a taunt at this mangy mutt. "Hurts, doesn't it? I bet it felt like your teeth just broke." Right after saying this, Ian sent it to its grave with a single sword strike, finishing off the wolf with a badass expression. Ian didn't forget to check on his two teammates behind him to see how they were holding up, and the result was quite surprising. "Over here both me and Philip were doing great." Ian immediately rushed in to help, thinking to himself, "They're more formidable than I thought." Even the ordinary-looking Philip is providing great support. But right after that, Ian suddenly realized something was wrong. "This is taking too much time. Damn it, this must be how the pack leader hunts. I have to find it quickly." With that thought, Ian immediately used magical detection, clairvoyance, to search for the pack leader. At that moment, streams of mana began to appear in his vision, and by following the guidance of these monoflows, Ian quickly discovered the pack leader. "Standing behind him found you, so that's where you were, huh?" Ian thought to himself. He then quickly turned towards Meve and yelled, "Knight, Lauren, you stay here and guard the horses. I'm going to take their leader's head." After saying that, Ian rushed towards the forest, leaving Lauren staring in astonishment. What did he just say? What did he? "Get back here," she shouted frantically towards Ian. At that moment he was using some kind of skill that allowed him to step on the air itself. Thanks to that, he easily vaulted over the wolf pack in front of him. This sight was also witnessed by Lauren. "Did he just jump in midair? Or am I hallucinating?" Lauren mumbled. But before she could think any further, Philip's cry for help rang out. "Master, I'm gonna die, help me." Good grief, his situation was indeed quite dangerous, as the maws of several wolves were about to snap down on him. So Lauren had no choice but to haul ass and rush in to save him. At the same time, the wolf leader began to chase after Ian. So began the chase, one pursuing, one fleeing, until Ian had put enough distance between them. He stopped, then spun around, still clinging to those wild animal instincts. "Huh," he quipped, always chasing after fleeing prey. Meanwhile, on the other side, the wolf leader fixed its gaze on its prey, its eyes burning with pure killing intent. Its mouth began to pant, quivering with excitement, ready to hunt, and just to be safe, it called forth a few underling wolves to act as mere cannon fodder. The sight of the smaller wolves made Ian sigh. "Ugh, this wild wolf certainly has a lot of friends," he grumbled. But just then, a surprising development. A quest notification suddenly materialized next to Ian. Side quest, Cursed Andolf. Objective, defeat the cursed werewolf Andolf. The unexpected appearance of a side quest filled Ian with an electrifying surge of excitement. "Hell yeah, nice to meet you, you damn mutt. Now it's your turn to be my prey." As he spoke, he began to draw his sword, preparing for an epic dogfight. It seemed this elite wolf was smart enough to grasp Ian's provocation, because it immediately ordered its underlings to charge and attack. But facing these onslaughts, Ian only needed to unleash his gale of a million swords, to slice them all cleanly in two. Now the wolf leader had no minions left to command. Ian then let out another cutting taunt. "You look even uglier than you do in the game, Andal." These words made the beast on the other side start grinding its teeth in a furious rage. Seeing this, Ian's smirk only widened. "What's wrong? Scared now that you're all alone?" Hearing this, the beast snapped. The beast immediately leaped forward, launching its attack. First, it began to focus mana into its left arm, then swung it forward with devastating force. Immediately, a volley of mana blades. Several mana blades began to fly directly towards Ian, but Ian reacted with lightning speed, with the low-level gray magic spell, Wind Shield. However, it seemed, this magic wasn't quite strong enough to stop the mana blades. Ian realized this instantly. "If that's not enough, then try this." And as he spoke, he began casting yet another spell. It was the low-level Azun spell, Ice Shield. The moment this magic was complete, it instantly formed a shield that decisively blocked the space right in front of him. All thanks to this shield's incredible defensive power, the wolf leader's relentless attack was finally brought to a halt. With the attack successfully blocked, Ian couldn't help but smirk at the stunned wolf before him. Immediately after, his ice shield suddenly began to glow. It then fired countless sharp ice bullets straight at the wolf. And the power of these bullets was absolutely nothing to scoff at. Every single ice bullet that struck the pack leader's body drew blood. The helpless wolf could only use its two front paws to shield its vital spots, and desperately wait for the bullet storm to finally end. By the time the icy barrage finally ceased, the pack leader's body was completely covered in fresh blood. Seeing this gruesome sight, Ian began to laugh and taunted. "How do you like that, huh? Wanna go for another round?" Hearing this blatant provocation, the pack leader's eyes blazed with fury. It then stomped its heavy paw hard on the ground, and shot straight towards Ian like a living cannonball. Once again, focusing its raw mana into the palms of its hands, it lunged straight for Ian. Unfortunately for the beast, its attack hit nothing but thin air, because by that moment, Ian had already deftly circled behind it ages ago. He then quickly swung his sword, slashing deeply into the wolf's arm. The deep, long wound made the pack leader shriek in utter agony, as it frantically spun around towards Ian. Even though he had successfully landed a hit on the wolf, he was still astonished that even his wind god sword couldn't cut clean through the beast's tough hide. Meanwhile, the monstrous wolf began to suppress its immense pain, and prepared to attack Ian while his sword was still stuck. Ian immediately noticed this, so he began channeling even more wind energy into his sword. He then poured all his strength into the attack, forcing the blade in his hand to slice right off the wolf's entire right arm. Losing an entire arm made the wolf let out an earth-shattering, guttural scream, but before it could even let out another pained cry, Ian began to use the low-level gray magic spell, Vacuum Blast. He swung his sword straight at the monster's remaining left arm. The very moment the sword made contact, an explosion erupted, and just like that, the wolf's other arm was torn from its owner. This wolf truly earned its title, King of Tenacity. Even with both arms gone, it still refused to simply die. So it made one final, desperate gamble, mustering every last bit of strength in its body, and charged straight at Ian. The powerful headbutt forced Ian to quickly raise his ice shield to block, but even then he was still pushed back, and seizing this opportunity, the wolf leaped right over his head, and immediately bolted, but there was no way Ian would let it escape so easily. While it was still mid-air, Ian, from below, activated his ice shield, firing a storm of ice bullets upwards. When this wolf had two arms, couldn't block them. Now, with only two legs, it stood even less of a chance. As a result, its body was torn apart by bullets once more, before it crashed violently to the ground. And just as it managed to struggle back up, countless more ice bullets flew straight at it, freezing the wolf in an instant. It was Ian's low-level Azan spell, ice prison. Seeing the wolf trapped, he could finally let out a sigh of relief. Thought I'd lost you there. Seriously, why won't you just die? You damn stray? Why do you insist on wasting my time and energy? Huh. As he said this, he began to gather mana in his palm, and fired a stream of energy straight at the wolf. After being hit, the wolf flew backwards, and slammed into the ice wall, shattering it. And after escaping the ice prison, the wolf was relieved as hell. This was its chance to escape. Thinking this, it turned to run. But Ian's voice rang out again. Where do you think you're going, huh? Trying to find backup? Not while I'm here. You won't. As he spoke, Ian swooped down on it from the air. At the same time, he had already prepared some kind of magic in his hand, whose name I don't know. After speaking, he unleashed a magic cannon blast right down onto the wolf below. After taking that hit, the pack leader's mouth hung wide open, its life status totally unclear. And just to be sure, Ian started channeling his vacuum blast magic. He shoved this attack straight into its gut. Powerful, close-range attack like that was excruciatingly painful. It was strong enough to send a shockwave, rippling out from behind the wolf. After taking the hit, Mr. Wolf here started spewing mouthfuls of blood, before collapsing as if dead. As for Ian, after continuously unleashing spells like that, he started panting heavily. Damn it, this time it's gotta be dead for sure, right? Hugh, it's finally over. Ian let out a long sigh, as he looked at the scattered corpses of the wolves. But just then, the pack leader's body suddenly started to twitch, startling Ian. No way, still alive. Oh crap, I'm completely out of mana. And just as he was about to think of bailing, the werewolf's face in front of him began to change, slowly shifting back into a human face. This person seemed to be regaining consciousness. Then, he looked at Ian with eyes full of gratitude. Then, thank you. Ian, for his part, was quick to seize the opportunity. Well, this was quite a surprise. If you're so grateful to me, then give me some information, or an item would be fine too. Just don't thank me with empty words. Over on the werewolf side, after hearing that, he managed to force out a few words. Dear. He got out a few words that made absolutely no sense. This really left Ian completely clueless. The deer? Which deer? Ian asked. But unfortunately, the werewolf was already dead, so there was no one to answer him. Seeing him just drop dead like that, Ian grumbled, damn it, does that mean you ate a deer or something? Were you just trying to gloat about having meat to eat, or what? Meanwhile, we cut to Lauren and Philip's location. They too had just finished off the lesser wolves, and were now anxiously waiting for Ian to return. Just then, the distinct sound of footsteps reached their ears. Lauren quickly spun around and asked Ian, yeah, it's me. Glad to see you're still in one piece, Ian declared at that moment. He was holding the gruesome head of a werewolf in his hand. And when Philip saw this, he was so terrified he instantly collapsed to the ground. Oh my God, what is that thing? Ian then held up the werewolf's head, explaining calmly, it's a werewolf. This is the very one who orchestrated the wolves' attack on us. After hearing Ian's words, Lauren was absolutely speechless. He actually took them down all by himself? Ian, perhaps he truly can find the warlock. But even so, for him to fight a werewolf alone, that was still unbelievably reckless. Lost in thought, she finally spoke up. Why on earth did you fight it alone? You could have died. Have you already forgotten your promise to us? But Ian, he quickly turned and retorted, but it might have escaped. If I had waited for you two to get here, how could you be so sure? Was that just a guess? Lauren pressed. Ian sighed, sweeping his gaze around them. Just look at the wolves lying around here. You and Philip could have easily handled them. But really it was just us. Instead of directly attacking, they simply tried to wear us down. That means they had a clear leader, one who could think. This guy was behind it all, pulling the strings. Why do you think he was able to pull that off? He wasn't particularly strong either. He only fought because he spotted me alone. Otherwise, he would have long since vanished. I know you two were worried. Believe me, I'm just as worried about my own worthless life. I'm not so noble as to sacrifice my own life for others. I'm no knight like you two. I'm just an ordinary mercenary after all. Ian's sharp words left Lauren utterly speechless. I can't argue with that, honestly. A sigh escaped her lips as she finally conceded. All right, but from now on, she continued firmly. I want you to tell me your plan beforehand, and don't ever try to do anything alone again. Hearing this, Ian calmly replied, okay, but let's get out of here first. This place is a mess. He then turned to Philip and said, Philip, go get the horses. Watching Philip's retreating back, as he hurried to retrieve the horses, Ian started to think things over. The situation seems stable enough for now, and I got something from killing them. Flashing back to the moment when, just as Ian finished off the last werewolf, a notification suddenly popped up, congratulating him on completing the quest. An extra point in vitality, huh? Not bad at all. I was planning to dump all my points into intelligence and spirit since this character's a bit weak. But here's a free vitality point. Then, a line of text on the notification board caught his attention. Cursed vitality. Condensed curse essence. Wait a minute, what is this? What the hell is a condensed curse essence? And while he was still wondering what on earth this mysterious thing was, a crystal began to fall from the werewolf's mouth. After seeing the crystal drop, Ian picked it up and carefully observed it. So this guy had an essence too? I've never seen this in the game. Not before now anyway. The system then provided a description of the item. Condensed cursed essence. Usable after use. The user will be tempted by the curse of madness. This description instantly gave Ian the creeps. I can use it right away, but that side effect is insane. Still, I'll hang on to it. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. With that thought in mind, Ian tucked it into his dimensional pouch. Back in the present moment, Philip had started bringing the horses over, but he was having a bit of trouble with one of them, because as soon as it got near Ian, no matter how hard he pulled, it still won't budge an inch. What in the world is wrong with this horse? Come on now, Philip urged, his voice laced with worry, as he desperately tried to lead the stubborn steed. From the horse's perspective, the man Ian standing before it,
suddenly emitted an incredibly terrifying aura,
causing it to convulse uncontrollably. Then it began foaming at the mouth. It foamed at the mouth, then tragically collapsed to the ground. Seeing this unfold, Philip quickly checked on the horse with his hands. His face contorted with worry as he exclaimed, "My God, it's dead. What in the world just happened?" Meanwhile, Ian, who had been standing to the side, looked at the blood on himself and pondered, "Is it because of the blood on my body?" Back to Philip, with the horse now deceased, he had no choice but to sadly turn around and address the other two. "I thought I took such good care of it." "I'm sorry," Lauren grumbled a bit. "You need to be more careful, Philip." Then, she turned to Ian and stated, "I'm so sorry about this. I'll compensate you." Hearing this, Ian quickly waved his hand. "It's alright, it was just an accident." "It was, but I'm quite tired right now." As he spoke, he looked at Philip with a sly, meaningful smile. This smile made Philip break out in a cold sweat. "Sir." And soon enough, he understood what that smile truly meant. "We're here. This stream is the heart of the forest. We finally made it," Philip exclaimed, his face dripping with sweat, his whole body trembling with each arduous step. For one simple reason, he had to give his horse to Ian. While he had to walk, Ian was leisurely riding on the horse's back. He even felt that Philip's horse was even better than his own. And it seemed that, seeing how hard Philip had struggled to get here, he began to feel a touch of pity, and threw his lunchbox over to him. "Is this for real?" Philip exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, Ian gave him detailed instructions. "Take half and get it prepped. Give your hands a good scrub once you're finished cooking, and clean my armor. Got it?" "Yes, sir," Philip chirped immediately after. He started whistling and scurried off to get everything ready. His sheer delight, just from being given a bit of food, made Ian find it amusing. This kid's so easy to handle. With that thought, he began to take off his armor. Noticing this from behind, Lauren asked curiously, "Ian, what are you doing taking it off?" "To wash this piece of junk." "What else?" Ian grumbled after hearing this. Lauren pondered for a moment. Then she too slowly started shedding her armor. This left Ian utterly dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" "I'm washing my clothes too." "Of course, let's do it together." This suggestion froze Ian's face in utter confusion. But what was bound to happen, happened right then. And just like that, they both started bathing together in the stream. And our man Ian still couldn't wrap his head around the situation. Is this normal in this world? I thought I'd gotten used to this world already. To make things even stranger, the two of them weren't even that far apart. And while Ian was still reeling and wondering, about the bizarre customs of this game world, the woman right in front of him, Lauren finally spoke up. Ian, are you injured? Ian absolutely couldn't believe the question. She's only just noticing now. Of course, despite the silent grumbling in his heart, he still answered, I'm fine. Hearing that, Lauren quickly began to shower him with praise. That's amazing. You fought a werewolf and came back without a scratch. Your fighting style is just so different. It's even more effective than a knight like me, and seeing how you treat Philip plus all the knowledge you have. You're just so different from other mercenaries. Hearing this, Ian calmly replied, it's probably just because, you're not used to this kind of life. You're a noble after all. I, on the other hand, came from the streets. I see. You must have trained incredibly hard, just like me. I chose to become an apostle of Tavern and a sword, in service to the kingdom, instead of being the lady of House Lauren. Her words gave Ian a lot to ponder. An apostle, huh? When someone becomes an apostle of a god, they're blessed with a portion of that god's power. Sounds divine, but it has its limits, and there's a price to pay for that power. Thinking about this, Ian suddenly grew curious and asked, what kind of god is Tavern? But this question startled Lauren, who was in front of him. Are you being serious, model? Hearing that, Ian quickly said, I'm not very knowledgeable about the gods. Ultimately, it's because Aquilonia has a whole pile of gods, and since Ian is just a mercenary, who has the time to go around memorizing all their names? Meanwhile, Lauren began to explain the god she worships. A simple mind would find it difficult to serve him. Tavern is a god of justice, the bastard son of the god Rosola. He is the sword of judgment, and I am an apostle. I cannot lie or take any sin lightly. If I do wrong, I will lose his blessing. Hearing this, Ian wondered, justice. Is that his title? His other name must be cooler. Right as he said this, Ian had a few thoughts. The main motifs of Aquilonia are betrayal and decay. After all, that's why every god has another name, besides their known one, and that could be their weakness. Just like the other name of Sola, the god of light is destiny. Back to the conversation. Lauren thought about Ian's question for a moment, then said, Tavern's nickname, you ask? I believe he does have one, vengeance. Seeking revenge by committing sinful acts is one way someone might get retribution. Sometimes that itself is the goal of vengeance. The other name for justice is vengeance. That's why righteous revenge is blessed by tyrant. And Lauren's words made everything click for Ian. I get it. So this is the secret behind the Bloody Avengers. Lauren's downfall wasn't without a cause. She transformed from an apostle of justice into an apostle of vengeance. She just revealed the other side of being an apostle. As an apostle of Tavern, she'd lose her blessing if she lied or took sin lightly. So, these apostles lose their blessings if they defy their God's will. Is that their major limitation? Then why did she become an avenger? For her family, or because she hates someone? If that's the case, I might be able to stop her from becoming the Bloody Avenger. But just as he had that thought, Ian began to ponder the storyline's variables. No, she has to become the Bloody Avenger, because she's the boss of the first stage. Damn it, I still don't have enough information. Thinking this, Ian began to grit his teeth, trying to calm his mind. Patience, Ian mumbled. And while Ian was still lost in his tangled thoughts, Lauren, on the other hand, asked Ian, it seems you don't serve any particular god. That's right, and I'd like to keep it that way, Ian said. I'm sure you have your reasons, but I believe there's still a god watching over you, and has perhaps chosen you. Maybe, blah, blah, blah. In short, after she finished speaking, Ian raised a middle finger to the sky, as if to challenge the gods above. And after raising his friendly finger, he said, I'm hungry, let's go eat. And just like that, a night passed. The next morning, they continued their journey, and during this time, Philip simply couldn't shut up. You faced a werewolf single-handedly. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps, Sir Ian. Ian was starting to feel a monumental headache brewing. This guy hadn't stopped talking since last night. Thinking this, Ian sighed and said, it's no big deal. You can find monsters like that anywhere. But Philip, hearing this, quickly replied, but we haven't seen any of those on our entire journey. We haven't run into a single one. Ian was startled by his words, who quickly turned back and asked, you haven't run into any? I've encountered hundreds of them myself, since leaving the swamp and arriving in the Azella kingdom. So why haven't they encountered a single one? Meanwhile, Lauren chimed in, he's right, we only fought a few goblins and kobolds on our way here. Hearing this, Ian quickly pressed again. Wait a minute, which path did you even take? Simultaneously, a few thoughts clicked into place in his mind. The city I reached, right after leaving the swamp, was Ban, in the Azella Kingdom. From there, I started playing the part of a mercenary. As a mercenary, I handled the city's problems, and traveled along the road connecting to the kingdom, the Royal Road, and I absolutely slaughtered a ton of monsters along the way. As this realization hit him, he understood everything. I'm the one who cleared the path for you guys. Philip, utterly confused by this, could only stammer, "What was that, sir?" Ian then slowly explained, "I mean, your peaceful days are officially over, Philip. This kingdom is far more desolate than you think." Not long after that, they stumbled upon a ruined village. The sight of it shocked even someone as seasoned as Ian. "I can't believe it fell this soon." Philip could only look up and pray to the heavens. Seeing this, "Holy Rosola, do you think this is the rebels' doing? This isn't just the countryside, but it's still so close to the Royal Road, isn't it? How could those bastards run rampant like this?" As Philip spoke, Lauren up ahead began to growl. Her voice, filled with anger, hissed, "Unforgivable, they were just civilians. How could anyone do this?" And her attitude made Ian, beside her, sigh. She gets angry about everything. A truly noble knight, indeed. Maybe that's exactly why she can't find the dark mage. She's probably just wasting her time on things like this. But if that's the case, then there's a good chance the system will issue some kind of quest. Just as he was mulling this over, Ian suddenly spotted a group of people in the distance. The sight brought a smirk to his face. "Looks like we'll find out who's behind this soon enough." His words made Lauren, who was next to him, ask in confusion, "What do you mean, Ian?" Hearing this, he glanced toward the distant group of people. Then he said, "We'll go and ask them." Ian's words also drew Lauren's attention to the group. The very air around her began to shift. "I hope this group isn't the one that burned down this village. If they are, then the only way they'll be going home from now on is in a coffin." The scene shifts to the group in the distance. At that moment, they were frantically digging a hole to bury the dead. Their leader, seeing his men working so slowly, started nagging, "Hurry up, it's only 6 graves. What's taking so long? Stop dragging your feet. I had a nightmare last night." And just after he said this, the thunderous sound of horse hooves echoed from behind them, causing him to whip around. In that very moment, Lauren was charging straight at them on horseback, her sword crackling with mana. The oppressive aura she exuded was absolutely terrifying. Seeing a knight charging furiously toward them like this, the whole group knew for sure she wasn't coming to ask for directions. They all went deathly pale. "What the hell is this? Is that a knight? But why all of a sudden?" But before his men could wonder any further, their leader hastily barked an order. "Aim for the horse. Fire when I give the command." He knew a real knight wouldn't spare their lives. Thinking this, the men quickly drew their crossbows. Lauren, up ahead, saw this and roared, "Drop your weapons and kneel now." The leader heard this and quickly retorted, "Why? Give us a reason to." But he hadn't even finished his sentence when the man next to him, perhaps out of sheer anxiety, accidentally fired his crossbow. A single arrow shot straight ahead. This sight sent a cold sweat down the leader's spine. This good-for-nothing idiot. He's only good at messing everything up. Firing an arrow like that could get us all killed. Thinking this, the leader couldn't help but roar, "You idiot, I never told you to shoot back." Meanwhile, Lauren, as soon as she saw the arrow flying her way, she simply swung her sword and sliced it clean in two. This sight left the thugs even more terrified. "She's a monster," they gasped, and right after they said this, from the other side, Lauren began channeling mana into her sword, and threw it straight ahead. The mana-filled sword flew like lightning, sending one of them straight to the afterlife. Looking at the sight of his man's body split in two, this leader didn't even shed a single tear. In fact, at that moment he was cursing at the corpse. "What a damn fool! Holy Ruzola! Now what are we supposed to do? How do we escape this monster now?" And just as he thought this, Lauren had already ridden up, right in front of the group. The leader and his 2 remaining men, seeing this, hurriedly knelt down and pleaded, "Let us explain. We haven't done anything wrong." Please, just let us explain a little. After listening, Lauren spoke. You can explain to me later. For now, answer to this person first. As she said this, Ian also rode up from a distance. And after seeing Ian's appearance, the leader asked in shock, "Wait a minute, you're Ian Hop, aren't you?" It seems this leader knew Ian a little. If so, his worthless life, and those of his two underlings were safe. However, faced with the man's question, Ian became pensive, not yet remembering who he was. The leader saw this and quickly explained, "It's me, Mizu, the mercenary hunter. You and I met in the city of Bankma, remember?" At the same time, in his heart, he was giving thanks. "Thank my ancestors. Thank goodness. The first city I went to after leaving the swamp, Bankma. He's the guy I ran into back at the tavern." At that moment, Lauren turned to Ian, her eyes full of questions. "You actually know him?" "Yes." Ian confirmed, "We've met once before." Ian's words made Mizu let out a huge sigh of relief. "Thank heavens you still remember me. That's great. I'll answer absolutely everything. You can check if I'm telling the truth or not." This incredibly enthusiastic cooperation made Ian feel a little suspicious. I was planning to pull out his nails one by one. If he tried to act like we were old pals. But he totally beat me to it with that. So Ian decided to get straight to the point. "Alright then, let's begin with the questions. First, why exactly did the village end up like this?" Hearing this, Mizu immediately began to speak. "It happened right when I came to the village." He then recalled the harrowing events of that day. Suddenly, a group of soldiers showed up out of nowhere, and just started burning the village down. An old man, seeing this horror unfold, quickly grabbed a soldier's arm and demanded answers. "What are you doing? Why would the Lord order this?" But just then, the knight captain on the other side overheard his desperate question and curtly answered, "This is an order from the Lord himself. He has commanded that all the people of this village must relocate to the city of Andal. Everyone, move out." Hearing him say that, Lauren was startled. "Wait, the Lord, you mean Mark Whisperer?" The moment she uttered those words, Philip, who was standing right beside her, gasped, "No way. Why would the Lord ever order an entire village to be burned down?" Lauren sighed. "It's probably because of the impending war." Philip's eyes widened at the thought. "The people of Angela have been preparing for battle everywhere." Her words made Ian start to put the pieces together. He realized it meant this kingdom was gathering all its people and resources into key strategic locations to prepare for war with the neighboring kingdom. Fully realizing this, Ian spoke up. "When war breaks out, they can't possibly defend all their territory. The enemy would just loot and burn it all anyway," he concluded. "So, they might as well do it themselves first. The Marcus family must have a reason for all this. But I never expected him to prepare this early." That thought fresh in his mind, Ian spoke up. "Next question. What exactly are you all doing with those bodies? And who are they?" Hearing his question, Mizu began to answer, "That's the village chief's family. They resisted, and for that, they were executed. The villagers even gave us a bit of money, and asked us to bury them properly. So we're just digging graves for these people." "Is that truly the truth?" Ian asked, his voice laced with suspicion. "Yes." After Mizu's words, a heavy silence fell, but Ian kept his piercing gaze fixed on him. His eyes practically burned with suspicion. Finally, Mizu couldn't take it anymore and burst out, "That's all there is to it. I swear, I haven't told a single lie." This statement, however, filled Ian with disappointment. Damn it, all that effort was for nothing. The quest notification didn't even pop up. It seems he truly is telling the truth. Beside him, Lauren turned to Ian and simply asked, "Ian, do you believe him?" "Yeah." Ian replied dejectedly, "Yeah, I get it. I'm going back to the village to search for the missing people." With that, Lauren turned and promptly left. As she left, Ian quietly remarked to himself, "She's so cautious." Meanwhile, Mizu, who had watched Lauren leave, turned to Ian and asked, Sir Ian, can we get back to what we were doing? Is it all right? Go ahead." Ian said nonchalantly, his reply making Mizu ecstatic. "Thank you. We'll finish up quickly and get back to our main mission." Then he hurriedly turned, yelling at his men, "What are you all staring at? Get a move on." Just then, Philip became curious. "What's this main mission he mentioned? It must be a pretty big job, if it requires this many people." Hearing this, Mizu stammered, completely at a loss for words. "That's a little hard to explain. Why? Philip pressed. But before the men could even reply, Ian, who was standing beside them, spoke up with a chilling voice. There are scumbags. Worse than those who steal credit for another hunter's quest. I imagine you know all about that, right, Mizu? The reason you're so quiet is because you probably think I'm the same kind of trash. Ian spoke with a voice full of chilling killing intent, making Mizu break out in a cold sweat. That's not it at all. You might have heard the stories. There's a pack of wolves that only eats human flesh. I heard they're in the forest near where you came from. They've eaten a lot of people, including the son of the man who hired us. So you need to be careful. A lot of the locals, have already lost their lives to them. But he stopped mid-sentence, because the two people in front of him were looking at each other with very strange expressions. This made Mizu wonder, so he asked, "What's wrong?" At that, Ian bent down, pulled out the werewolf's head, and said, "I didn't mean to steal your quest, but I think I may have already completed it." As he spoke, he held up the werewolf head for Mizu to see as proof. Seeing it, Mizu's jaw dropped in astonishment. The mission they'd just gotten was already completed by someone else before they could even get started. Meanwhile, Philip's eyes started to sparkle as he said to Ian, "Can I hold the head?" "Huh, Ian? I suppose we'll have to split the reward then," Ian said, turning towards Mizu. Once he recovered from his shock at the werewolf head, he quickly said, "I never heard anything about a werewolf being with that pack. It was hiding behind the wolves, commanding them and using them for the hard stuff. Basically, it acted just like a person. How on earth did you manage to take it down?" But in response to his question, Ian just smiled and said, "Well then, about that mission, which village did you accept it from?" The scene changes to nightfall. Lauren returned from her patrol, and as soon as she got back, Ian and Philip made a proposal that shocked her. The village on the way to the Red Valley. "So, you want to bring these guys along?" "That's right, they could at least be useful. Besides, we need to inform the victims' families about what happened to the wolf pack. We also need to restock our supplies, just like gearing up before leaving this deadly forest." After hearing Ian's words, Lauren paused, lost in thought for a moment, then finally spoke. "All right, fine, all right, but I'm a bit uncomfortable. You're an exception, Ian, but most mercenaries don't believe in gods or any other faith. That's why I don't trust them." Hearing this, a flustered Mizu standing nearby turned and said, "You can count on me, sir. I'm really looking forward to working for you." After that, the men continued their digging. At the same time, Ian began to use his clairvoyance skill, searching for energy. The reason he was using this skill was because it was the time when monstrous creatures become active, so they couldn't let their guard down. As soon as the skill activated, both of his eyes glowed with a striking blue light. Next, Ian turned to look at Lauren. At that moment, her entire body was enveloped in a shimmering layer of purple energy. The way Ian was staring at her made Lauren take notice. "What is it, Ian?" Hearing her, Ian immediately said, "It seems you still haven't sensed the dark magic nearby." "Huh?" After hearing this, Lauren still didn't quite understand. "What do you mean?" But right after that, she suddenly sensed something. She hurriedly reached for the pouch at her hip, then took out a crystal from inside. The purple energy Ian had sensed was also being emitted from it. After taking out the crystal, Lauren began to focus her attention on the stone. But she shook her head and said, "I don't see any change. It seems it's too subtle for you to sense the nearby dark magic. The energy fluctuations are weak, but stable. I think this is a sign for summoning a demonic beast." And right after he said those words, both of them sensed a powerful presence appear. Their heads snapped back, looking behind them. "Speak of the devil and he appears," Ian mumbled at his side. Lauren's expression turned grim. How intriguing. Just then, before them stood a dark figure on horseback. But the most unsettling detail was, it had no head. Witnessing this bizarre creature, Philip yelled, "That knight has no head. What in the world is it?" After that, Ian began to voice his speculation. "It seems to be one of the dark mage's subordinates that we're tracking. You haven't heard of him? The rumor is quite widespread. The headless horseman, the one who brings chaos to the kingdom, a Dullahan." These words from Ian made Philip break out in a cold sweat. "We just faced a werewolf and now another monster. You're right, this kingdom really is a chaotic mess." Turning back to Ian, he too was starting to feel weary. I really didn't want to have to face an elite monster in a place like this, but that bastard dark mage. He really cares about the seeds he's sown. In any case, he sent his subordinate here. This just saves me the trouble of hunting him down. Thinking this, he turned and addressed Philip. Philip, lend me your sword. Here you go, sir, Philip said, drawing his sword and handing it to Ian. Over here, Lauren. Seeing that Ian intended to fight, she also stepped forward and spoke. I'll take the front line for Ian, but I think we should observe the situation first. It seems like the Dullahan is waiting for us to attack first. Therefore, we should take some time to plan and calculate its actions, Ian said, and at the same time, he began to consider the Dullahan's probable reactions. The Dullahan's reaction depends on its opponent. If the opponent attacks, it enters a defensive state. If not, it enters an offensive state. Its defensive state is incredibly dangerous, while its offensive moves are rather simple. Therefore, the best strategy to fight a Dullahan is to let it attack first, and use that chance to counterattack. But even though its attacks seem simple, they're far from easy to handle. While the three of them were still deep in thought, strategizing their next move, that idiot Mizu suddenly blurted out, "It's finally over. We can go now." But the moment those words left his lips, he went quiet as the three people in front turned and glared at him like he was an utter fool. "Is there a problem?" Mizu asked, oblivious, but by then it was too late. Mizu's shouting had already provoked the Dullahan, lurking up ahead. Instantly, a menacing red aura erupted from its body, causing everyone to clutch their heads in agony. Seeing this, Ian began to mutter, "Nothing was happening before. Now I get it. Thanks to you, it's gone berserk and is making its move." At that moment, directly across from them, the Dullahan began to channel the crimson energy into its right palm. Lauren's eyes widened. She instantly grew cautious. At the same time, she turned to Ian and asked, "What is that? Is it some kind of spell?" Ian listened, then began to explain, "It's a form of ancient language, saying it cannot forgive humans for daring to trespass on its land." Nearby, Philip, despite his pounding headache, still had to ask, "You understand what it's saying, sir?" "I'm not completely sure myself," Ian replied calmly. The reason Ian could comprehend the Dullahan's words was because he possessed the skill. Ancient Language Arcane Technique Level 2. It was a skill Ian had upgraded by mistake earlier. The skill required Level 2 to translate multiple languages. This was a specialized class skill, primarily used in ancient-themed events. To be honest, he didn't give a damn if the Dullahan was the ghost of this swamp, or whatever, but today, it was the opponent he absolutely had to defeat. Meanwhile, it looked like the Dullahan was also finishing the final stage of its spell. Hearing it, Ian was startled and quickly spun around, shouting to everyone, "Cover your ears, now! This isn't just some ancient language, though. It's also a powerful spell. If a human without magic resistance hears it." "Damn it," Ian growled furiously, and just as he warned, the two henchmen who failed to cover their ears in time immediately lost consciousness. Seeing this, Mizu could only curse, "You idiots! Didn't you hear him tell you to cover your ears?" But before he could yell another word, a chilling digging sound started coming from behind the two henchmen.
Moments later,
hands and grotesque bodies began to crawl from the ground. Then countless corpses emerged and slowly approached the terrified group. Seeing this, Mizu and Philip were scared out of their wits. "Zombies!" they screamed at the same time. And as for the two henchmen, they had become a grisly feast for the horde. Just like that, those two were utterly devoured by the zombie horde. After seeing this gruesome sight, Mizu quickly grabbed his shovel, ready to fight them off. "No, you damn ghouls!" Seeing this, Philip quickly turned to Lauren and asked, "What do we do, ma'am?" Upon hearing him, Lauren drew her sword and declared, "I will take the front line and engage them. As I said, Philip, you are to support him." Philip was about to refuse after hearing that, but Lauren had already spurred her horse forward, so he had no choice but to place all his hope in Ian. "I hope you can destroy him before I die, sir." Hearing this, Ian just chuckled and replied, "You should worry about those newly awakened zombies. As for me, I have a few things I need to check on here." I finally have a chance to see her skills. Back with Lauren, she was riding like a maniac straight towards Dullahan. Dullahan saw this as well. so it began to control the horse beneath it, making it stomp its hooves hard on the ground. Immediately after this powerful stomp, magical spikes shot directly towards Lauren, but facing this attack, Lauren simply needed to gather mana into her sword, to effortlessly slice them apart. Then she swiftly charged, straight towards Dullahan's position, unleashing a powerful thrust that pierced straight through its body. Ian, seeing this supposedly powerful monster, nearly finished in a single blow, could only smile sheepishly. Look at that, just as I expected. I really should have chosen the knight class. Well, I'll let her fight on her own for now. However, Lauren can only win once she understands its movement attributes, and I should probably start warming up a bit, just in case. Back with Lauren now. After a few more clashes with the knight, she realized this knight wouldn't be so easy to defeat. It's emitting strange lights. When I clash with it, it's hiding something. Just as that thought crossed her mind, the fragments of Dullahan's body began to gather together, restoring it as if it had never been injured. This made her break out in a cold sweat.
Impossible.
Its wound has completely regenerated. Just then, across from her, Dullahan began to mutter another spell. As soon as the spell was complete, more black magical spikes shot towards Lauren. Seeing this, Lauren gritted her teeth and swung her sword once more to cut them all down. But then, something unexpected happened. The remnants of the magic spikes began to converge, forming a whip spear that shot straight towards her. This surprise attack forced Lauren to quickly raise her sword to block, and the whip immediately gave her trouble. This whip, it's made of pieced-together bone fragments, is too flexible and difficult to parry from a distance. Dullahan continuously swung the whip in its hand, attacking her from all directions. But Lauren couldn't fend it off for long. The whip snaked around behind her and coiled tightly around her left arm. The moment she was bound by the whip, her face contorted in pain. The toxic dark energy is piercing through my holy armor. Crap, at this rate of corrosion, my arm will. While Lauren was anxiously wondering, how do I escape this whip? Suddenly, a sword slash struck, shattering it instantly, and the figure who emerged was, of course, Ian. He began, my apologies. I had to deal with those zombies first. Now, I've figured out its attack patterns. It's time to finish this thing for good. Let's fight again. Unleash your full power. The power to utterly obliterate it. And no sooner had he said this, than right in front of them, the Dullahan swung its whip, attacking once more. Seeing this, Ian and Lauren hastily maneuvered their horses to dodge. But then, for some reason, the Dullahan kept its focus, attacking only Ian. Seizing this opportunity, Lauren had time to prepare her next attack. I don't know much about this thing, but I'll follow your lead, Ian. I'm going to slay this headless bastard with the very tip of my sword of vengeance. With this thought, she began to focus all her energy, enveloping her entire body. Looking back at Ian, he was still struggling to dodge the Dullahan's powerful whip strikes. This relentless assault made Ian grit his teeth in frustration. He was almost done for, but just then, the Dullahan closed in on him. But even so, Ian wasn't worried in the slightest. He even started to smile. Catch me if you can. Sorry, but now it's my turn to counterattack. And just as he said that, the thundering sound of Lauren's horses' hooves echoed from behind. The Dullahan, hearing this, was startled and quickly spun around. But it was too late. Lauren had already unleashed an incredibly powerful thrust, piercing right through its body once again. But even though she landed a hit, Lauren had a strange, unsettling feeling. It's that light again. Every time I hit it, it just instantly starts to regenerate. Are we going to fail again? Thinking this, she screamed at Ian. Ian, this bastard is regenerating its wounds again. But before she could finish, Ian replied, I know. And right after saying that, he swung a powerful slash right at the Dullahan. But oddly, he was just slicing through empty air. The sight left Lauren utterly stunned. What the hell? Why is he slashing at empty space? But then Lauren was startled by a new realization. Other pieces of the cloak were beginning to vanish. Immediately after, the remaining fragments of the cloak hurriedly gathered themselves together. They formed a whip, and it pierced right through the leg of the horse that Ian was riding. Seeing the horse screaming in agony, Ian spoke a few words of farewell. You worked hard. Thank you. After saying this, he leaped off the horse's back and rushed towards the remaining pieces of armor. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword, and shattered those 2 armor fragments. This left Lauren completely astonished. Oh my god, he shattered the armor too, and with the last 2 pieces of armor shattered, the creature could no longer regenerate. Finally, the black smoke on its body began to slowly dissipate, revealing a skull, a grayish skull. Seeing this, Lauren exclaimed in shock, "A skull? Is that its true form?" And over here, Ian. As soon as he saw the skull appear, his face filled with pure killing intent. He fiercely swung the sword in his hand, bringing it straight down on the skull, and the moment the sword collided with the skull, its 2 eye sockets emitted an intense light. Immediately after, Lauren, who was behind him, felt her entire body become paralyzed. That move, it paralyzed me. It can penetrate holy power and immobilize you. Damn it, did Ian get hit by it too? As she spoke, she looked towards Ian. Back with Ian, he too was beginning to struggle. Looking at the glowing red skull floating in midair, Ian began to curse inwardly. This damn Dullahan is trying to return to its original form. This is bad. I have to move before it recovers. Thinking this, Ian somehow found the strength, and one of his hands was able to move. He shot it straight towards the skull. The skull, seeing Ian move again, was utterly stunned. It began barking out strange sounds, in a language no one could understand. Hearing its voice, Ian smirked and said, "A werewolf monster like Andal, at the very least had one.
Un secret technique.
To escape a critical situation like this. So I knew you'd have a move like that too. You bastard." As Ian spoke, he looked at the skull with a dangerous smile. And to explain this, it was all due to Ian's character attributes: endurance, magic resistance, intelligence, magic, and willpower. Ian's character was developed with many active and passive skills, a mix of them, and some were even chosen incorrectly. From those countless traits, they combined to create a beneficial synergistic effect. As a result, instead of being paralyzed, he only felt himself slow down a little. Returning to the story, Ian now began to lecture the skull. In times like these, it would be better if you had an escape skill. You think so too, don't you? With that, he slammed the skull to the ground, and slowly enveloped his sword in mana. Well then, shall we get back to what we need to do? Ian spoke in a menacing tone. Seeing this, Skull No. 3 broke out in a cold sweat, realizing it was in deep trouble. So it immediately tried to flee. Unfortunately, how could something without legs possibly outrun Ian? In an instant, Ian was right behind it and slashed it with his sword. The blow sent it crashing to the ground. He then began to unleash a flurry of strikes, making the very ground around them explode. Just then, Lauren slowly approached on her horse. Meanwhile, she still couldn't understand what was happening. The paralysis is gone, but what the hell is going on? A devious yet simple-minded monster, defeated by such a primal, violent method. Back to the Dullahan. After taking countless brutal hits from Ian, its skull finally began to crack and splinter. Seeing that it was on its last legs, it hastily shrieked some incomprehensible words, as if making a final threat. But unfortunately for it, Ian wasn't afraid of a single damn thing, so he raised the sword in his hand, and plunged it straight into its skull. The moment the skull was pierced, it unleashed a blinding flash of light. A shockwave followed, causing Lauren, who was standing right behind him, to quickly shield her face. When the blast subsided, the skull had split in two. It was only then that Ian could finally catch his breath. Your simmering hatred, or whatever other nonsense, is none of my concern. Your life ending here is good enough for me. At that moment, Ian's sword also shattered, from the shockwave released by the skull. This just made Ian click his tongue in annoyance. TSK. Another sword destroyed. Meanwhile, back to the Dark Sorcerer. After sensing that the Headless Knight he'd spent so much effort nurturing had been sent on its way by Ian, he started to completely lose his mind. First it was the Kobold Chieftain, and now the Headless Knight of the Swamp. That bastard Crimson. My precious seeds. How dare he? At this point, he couldn't hold it in any longer, and began flinging his forbidden books all over the room. Took a few minutes before he managed to regain his composure. He muttered, No, I must see this as an opportunity to get rid of that rabble sooner. Not just the Angeline Kingdom, this entire world will revert to its original form, just as it was in the beginning. and I, a guardian and attendant of that day, will break free from this cycle of humanity, and I will become an absolute existence, and when that time comes, I will devour that bastard alive, he vowed to himself. The scene changes to a certain village. Currently, two farmers are deep in conversation. Hey, have you heard the news? Our village cook has finally fallen ill. The man across from him, wearing a hat, didn't seem surprised in the slightest. Well, that was certainly to be expected. His only son was killed by those wolves, after all. Moving on from the cook's unfortunate situation, the man with the hoe then inquired, any word from them yet? I mean, those mercenaries, who were so confident they'd take care of the wolves. I'm not so sure, the hatted man replied skeptically. Just as they were speaking, Ian's group began their entrance into the village. In this village, of all places, the sudden arrival of a group of strangers caused everyone to quickly gather around. They immediately started chattering excitedly. What's all this commotion? Full body armor? Is that a knight? Good heavens, what's with that strange pot swinging on his back? Next, everyone's attention snapped toward Mizu, who was proudly leading the group. Hey, that man. He's one of those mercenaries who went to kill the wolves. He's holding a severed head. Is that the beast that's been killing all the villagers? Look at that heroic expression. He must be the one who killed it. He actually did it. He's a true hero. These words of fervent praise flooded Mizu's ears. It caused his nostrils to visibly flare, as he turned back to Ian's group and proudly declared, see, we got here an hour early. It's all thanks to having a guide like me. Anyway, Sir Ian, do I need to keep holding this head? It's not that I'm scared, not at all, but it's a little weird and, well, kind of heavy. Do you want me to simply cut off your hand to lighten the load? Griffin uttered a cold no. I was just kidding. Mizu immediately stammered. He then immediately spun back to face forward. Witnessing his sudden obedience, Ian let out a weary sigh and mused to himself, looks like he's been reborn as a truly dedicated guide. This also made Ian recall the events of that fateful night. Back then, not long ago, Mizu was diligently digging graves to bury his fallen friends. Watching him tirelessly toil away like an ox, Philip chimed in, hey Mizu, you should probably take a break. But Mizu didn't stop his hands. He kept digging, saying, oh, it's fine. I want to do this. I'm the only one who survived. I can't have my men returning as ghosts to haunt me. They lived their lives in hardship right up to the very end. Mizu shared sadly. The sorrowful tone in his voice made the young man, Philip, fall silent. After a moment, he turned to Lauren and asked, what should we do now, master? We're already way behind schedule. As he spoke, he handed Lauren a skewer of grilled meat. Lauren accepted the skewer and replied, you're right. Ever since joining Ian's team, we've had to fight every single day. We've lost 2 horses, and that's going to cost us dearly in time. Philip added it will take a whole week just to get to the graveyard forest. At this rate, we won't have enough time to explore other places. Just then, Mizu, having finished burying his comrades, happened to overhear their conversation. He spoke up, asking, is your destination the graveyard forest? It won't take a whole week. Actually, if you use a shortcut that only experienced mercenaries know, 5 days will be enough even if you stop by a village. His words immediately caught Ian's attention. Can you take responsibility for what you just said? Ian asked calmly. Hearing this, Mizu was startled and replied, well, it's a dangerous path, but before he could finish his sentence, Ian cut him off, then it's settled. You will lead us to the graveyard forest. Naturally, Ian's words made Mizu jump. What are you talking about? Mizu cried out in panic. To soothe his sudden fear, Ian casually tossed him a gold coin. Mizu hurriedly caught the coin and asked, I don't even know why you're going to that cursed forest. As he spoke, he started examining the coin in his hand. And just like that, the glittering light nearly blinded him. Wait a minute, what kind of gold coin is this? Mizu exclaimed, startled, back in the present. Ian glanced at Mizu, a thought forming. A single royal gold coin. Is worth twice that of a regular one. I even swiped his wolf-slaying quest, so he must be strapped for cash. It'll be hard for him to refuse my offer now. I was only planning to accompany Lauren to the graveyard, but now, it's a good idea to have him along, to help fight that dark mage. While Ian was deep in thought, Mizu had already led them to the front of a bustling inn. He flashed a grin and announced, the food here is quite delicious, and the beer is excellent too. Now let's all take care of our own tasks, and meet back at this inn later. I'll be back after arranging the wolf quest. Hearing this, Ian casually tossed Philip a few silver coins and instructed, Philip, go buy some horses at the stables. Get one for yourself too. Philip, hearing this, chirped gleefully, thank you, sir, I'll get it done. Just know, I'm only lending it to you. Ian stated coldly, bring me back the change. Turning to Lauren, she then spoke up, asking Ian, didn't you say you were headed to the village of the Rasola temple? May I come with you? I want to pray as well. Upon hearing this, Ian quickly waved his hand dismissively, declining, I believe we should go separately. I'm also planning to stop by another place, so it might take a while. Besides, if you're late coming back as well, who knows what might happen to those two. After hearing Ian's persuasive words, Lauren understood that safety truly was the priority. So, she had no choice but to concede. Alright then. With that, Ian headed to the church alone. The reason he had just given Lauren was something he had completely made up. It was mainly because faith and honor are paramount to a knight like Lauren. In other words, they're absolute fools when dealing with a priest. I don't want to lose any more money by bringing her along, so it was best to just refuse. And as Ian was pondering this, he arrived at the church doors, opened them and stepped inside. At that moment, the church was completely empty. And up on the cathedral's dais, the statue knelt. Its hands were raised, as if reaching for something, and what was most special was that on these hands, a kind of sparkling dust was continuously falling. This took Ian by surprise. A statue here? This isn't magic, nor is it natural light. It's a real miracle. This must be a meditation temple. I can finally purge all these vile impurities. Ian thought happily, but just then, the golden dust on the statue's hands suddenly began to glow intensely bright, and at the same time it seemed to multiply in quantity. What's going on with this stuff? Ian muttered. At that moment, an old man approached him from behind. He started to ask, who are you? This isn't the proper time for prayer. Why are you? But he stopped mid-sentence, because he noticed the strange phenomenon from the statue right in front of him. And right after that, his voice, full of reverence, rang out, oh, Lord Rasola, what has brought an apostle of the God of Light to a humble countryside like this? Standing beside him, Ian looked bewildered and said, I'm sorry, what apostle? The old man next to him then put on the kindest face possible and said, that's right, the last time the goddess Rasola blessed us with such a brilliant, holy light, it was when the apostle of the empire visited, a very, very long time ago. Hearing this, Ian started to understand a little, but he still wondered, he's mistaken me for someone else. I haven't done a damn thing. Anyway, this feeling is probably. Thinking all this, Ian turned to the old man behind him and said, excuse me, but I'm just an ordinary mercenary. I'm no apostle nor a follower of any kind. You're not? He asked, utterly bewildered. Faced with this unexpected question, Ian remained completely silent. Instead, he observed the statue intently, a thought forming in his mind. I have a seriously bad feeling about this. It feels as if someone is watching me through that statue. I can't pretend to be an apostle while it's watching like this. Who knows what kind of punishment I'd receive? Turning back to the old man, who, after learning Ian wasn't a follower, quickly began to coax him. Well then, you don't have any plans, do you? And to worship the God of Light, Rasola, from this very moment? Hearing this, Ian couldn't help but smirk. How utterly ridiculous. They kept nagging about apostles, and now an actual apostle quest had appeared. Right in front of him, the 4 apostles of Rasola. An apostle quest from the God of humanity, blessed by Rasola. Become a subordinate and representative, and you will be able to use a portion of the holy power. This was a pretty familiar quest, because it also existed in the game in the past, but his level wasn't high enough to do it then. But I guess this means the limitations that once existed in the game have all disappeared, which is why I'm receiving this quest. Back to the old man. It seems he could see the hesitation on Ian's face, so he quickly reassured him. Don't be hasty. I hope you will make the right choice, and if that moment of reverence comes, please remember this faithful Edward. In response to his words, Ian flashed a sly grin and said, "All right, Edward, I'll remember you, and as such, I need your help right now." "Oh, do tell," Edward chirped, clearly delighted. Ian took out several bright purple stones from his inventory and then said, "With the holy light of the God of Light, can you purify the tainted mana from this item?" After witnessing the stones in Ian's hand, the old man exclaimed in pure shock, "This tainted mana, it can't be from just any ordinary demonic creature. So, can you do this or not? I'm supposed to be leaving by tomorrow afternoon, at the absolute latest, but of course, how could I possibly refuse? Although the goddess has blessed us with more holy light than before, today my physical strength is limited, so I cannot purify many gems like these in a single day. But if you donate enough to maintain this temple, I think I could purify one more gem. Even if it harms my body, I will pray to the gods through the night to purify it," the old man Edward said, with an incredibly cunning smile. Meanwhile, Ian, hearing him try to pull a scam, turned to stare at the statue for a moment and said, "It seems I'll need a lot of money to worship the god. Rukala." As he said this, Ian's finger was already on the decline button, and at that very moment, the dust of light above the statue's two palms went out. The old man Edward saw this, and cried out in fear, "The goddess." He then quickly turned to Ian and said, "Wait, I won't take any donation money at all." "What?" Ian asked again, puzzled. Faced with his question, the old man bowed his head, admitting his fault and said, "I have made a mistake. If I can help someone favored by the goddess, then that will be honor enough for me." And as if hearing his words, the golden dust once again appeared in abundance on the statue's two palms. But Ian coldly said to him, "Then purify these, Edward. The goddess will surely know of your loyalty." "Yes, sir," Edward said helplessly, and after Ian handed these cursed items over to the old man Edward, he returned to the inn immediately, and when he arrived, it seemed they had already finished a round of drinks. As soon as he saw him, Mizu waved and said, "Oh, just in time. The esteemed hunter has returned." I don't know what on earth that Mizu guy said to Philip just moments ago, but now he was staring jaws agape and asking, "Did you actually hunt that monster in the swamp? I heard you took it down in a single blow. Please, tell us the story." Seeing their excited state, Ian clicked his tongue and simply said, "So, everyone's gathered here, huh? Where's the change, kid?" Ian said as he started to take a seat at the table. Seeing this, Philip quickly pulled out some coins and said, "Here you go, boss. This is all the money we have left. After buying the horses, that is." Then he looked at Ian with sparkling eyes and asked, "Did you truly hunt a dragon?" Whether this dragon hunt was real or not. Right after that, Ian shot an irritated glare at Mizu. It was a look so sharp it sobered him up instantly. "But I didn't tell him anything special," Mizu protested. "He was just curious about your past, so I only told him a tiny little bit." Hearing this, Ian gritted his teeth and set the record straight. It wasn't a dragon, it was just an adult drake. A mere winged lizard could never compare to a real dragon. But before he could even finish, the two idiots in front of him slammed their hands on the table and yelled, "You really saw a dragon for real, boss? You're not kidding, are you?" Seeing them yelling like that, Ian snapped, "Do you want me to cut your tongues out? You're getting on my nerves." But it seemed his words didn't register with the two blockheads at all, because they just kept asking, "Why were you in the swamp in the first place?" Hearing this, Mizu chimed in, "Actually, I'm just as curious as he is. Aren't there rumors that the place is a cursed land? And that, unless you're a descendant of the ancient people, you'll die the moment you set foot in there?" Their questions made Ian recall some of the system's previous explanations. "I think I saw something, about me being a descendant of the ancient people, in the character window. Is that why I wasn't consumed by the shadow barrier and driven mad? Is this some kind of special birthright or what?" Speaking of the shadow barrier, it's a massive unidentified barrier of darkness that splits the continent in half, and it's one of the most hotly discussed issues in the game. Most of the problems plaguing Aquilonia were usually related to the chaos of the shadow barrier. The same goes for my current target, the dark mage. And while Philip and Mizu eagerly fired off questions, it seems their incessant chatter had finally infuriated Lauren. Right after that, she slammed her beer mug down on the table and roared, "That's enough. You two talk way too much. It looks like you're both drunk. So just go home already." Her shout snapped them both out of their drunken stupor, and they instantly realized their mistake. "Yes, it was my fault. My apologies, milady," Philip said, while Mizu scratched his head and added, "Sorry about that, boss." After that, they both headed for their room, bickering loudly as they went. "This is all your fault." "No, it's my fault. Weren't you the one talking your head off?" Ian watched them argue, took a sip of his beer, and thought, my ears never get a moment's rest. At that moment, Lauren, who was sitting beside him, suddenly spoke up. "Hey, Ian, would you like to go for a walk and talk with me? There are a few things I'd like to talk to you about." And so, after that, the two of them went for a walk along the deserted streets. It was Lauren who spoke first. "Ian," she asked, "are you okay? After taking that thing from the headless knight?" "You mean the loot?" Ian spoke, as he began to recall the memory of the moment, just after he had defeated the headless horseman. Back then, after splitting the knight's skull in two, Ian had started grumbling, "Damn it, another sword is broken," Ian said, as he started to look at his chipped sword. But suddenly, at that moment, from inside the skull, something black suddenly crawled out, and while Ian wasn't paying attention, he shot straight at him. But luckily, with his incredibly sharp senses, Ian managed to grip the thing tightly in his palm. "What the hell is this thing?" Ian mumbled, but before he could even finish complaining, it seemed the object had begun to have a strange effect on his body. Then Ian started hearing chilling, hissing sounds, and horrifying hallucinations appeared right before him. "Curse humanity, may humans die forever. I curse you to die," the hallucinations shrieked, as they began to rush forward, and grip him tightly by the neck. But it seemed, this level of hallucination was still a bit amateurish, as Ian even laughed mockingly. "What's with all this madness? Is that all you've got? Can't even compare to the madness I had to endure as a tragic character in that game." As he said this, a burst of energy erupted from his body, pushing all of these negative hallucinations away. After that, he looked at the thing in his palm and thought, "So, this was your doing? I'll destroy you with mana. Have a taste of your own medicine." With that said, Ian began to focus mana into his palm and squeezed hard, and just like that, the thing inside his hand stopped. It stopped struggling and went silent instantly. "I wonder if I crushed it? It seems it's finally gone quiet and submitted." That's the feeling being transmitted into my head. What's more, this feeling is like a new part of my body has been created, just like the first time I ever sensed magic. And thinking this, Ian opened his hand, revealing a small snake inside. Its form made him a little pleased, and he said, "A snake? So you're the one who transmitted those feelings to me? So does that make you my pet now?" And as soon as Ian said that, the little snake on his palm slithered, and coiled tightly around his middle finger, just like a ring. Ha! Another new item. The best spoils from the headless horseman. The swamp's grudge. Unique. Class A. A ring in the shape of a snake. You can unleash a curse that completely disorients your opponent. Once the game begins, players lacking mental fortitude and intelligence will immediately fall into a state of panic, rendering them utterly unable to act in dangerous situations. Who would have thought its restriction could be lifted by an item like this? Pondering this, Ian looked at the ring on his hand, then turned to Lauren, who was beside him, and said, "As you can see, I'm perfectly fine." Meanwhile, Lauren, hearing him affirm it so confidently, exclaimed, "You never cease to amaze me. From defeating werewolves to the headless horseman, it seems even that knight's influence couldn't do a thing to you. But perhaps that's only natural. After all, you've overcome countless life-or-death situations, alone in the cursed swamp." Hearing her say that, Ian felt a bit dizzy. "I was just wondering why you didn't bring that story up." Again, turning back to Lauren, she continued, "For someone like me, who was stationed at the borderlands, I am truly fortunate to have met someone like you, Ian." "That's what I mean." Ian, for his part, hearing her words, was silent for a moment, then asked in confusion, "So what is it you really want to tell me?" At this, Lauren finally got to the main point. "I only learned of the existence of the dark mages a few days after receiving the order to return from the border. As I was preparing to leave, a letter arrived. It was a letter from my only younger brother, Vernon. Vernon Lauren, he is the head of the Lauren family, and the shield that has protected the royal family for many generations. Hearing this, Ian thought to himself, I don't remember seeing him in the game. With that in mind, Ian spoke up. Isn't that a bit strange? An apostle of Tavern guarding the borders, while your younger brother protects the king. Lauren sighed at his question and replied, if I had stayed in the capital, Vernon wouldn't have been able to achieve anything, because of my imposing shadow. Such a noble sacrifice is truly rare in these dark times. Ian wondered if perhaps that very nobility caught the goddess Tyrann's attention. Turning back to Lauren, she continued, the problem is, Vernon knew that just as well. That boy has always wanted to prove his worth and surpass me. That's why he sent this letter. In it he claimed that the seeds of darkness are growing within the kingdom. While the king prepares for war, the dark mage we're looking for is likely among them. Hearing this, Ian held out his hand and asked, may I read it? Lauren was a bit startled by this. Read it? I suppose it's not surprising anymore, Lauren said as she handed the letter to Ian. After skimming its contents, Ian quickly deduced a few things and spoke up. He's an ambitious one. He wants to use the dark mage as an opportunity to raise his family's status. At the same time, Ian had a thought he didn't voice aloud. He wants to root out the vassals with dark intentions, to save the kingdom and rule over their lands. The smaller noble families would probably continue to support his actions. What's the point of even writing to his sister? Thinking this, Ian spoke again. It seems he wants to keep you here, in case you steal his credit. Startled, Lauren thought for a moment, then said, yes, it's sad, but it's true. At first, I had no intention of capturing the dark mage. I sent him a letter, but Vernon never replied. And it's been over a month now. This startled Ian a bit. A month? A month is a long time. If it's been a month since he left to subjugate the dark mage. Ian didn't need to say anything more, but Lauren understood his implication. I understand what you're implying, Ian, but that doesn't mean all hope is lost. He's a strong kid, constantly training to surpass me. But what he's doing could put him in grave danger. That's why we absolutely must uncover the truth and expose who's truly behind these dark events. As Lauren continued to speak, her fists clenched so tightly they began to tremble. Through this intense conversation, Ian's understanding started to deepen. I think I'm finally starting to get it now, he thought. The reason Lauren becomes the blood-soaked avenger, the reason she invades the castle and tries to kill the king, the revenge she was desperately trying to complete. This explains what she meant by becoming that blood-soaked ghost. Earlier in the game, I didn't even know if Vernon was alive or dead then. He must have targeted the wrong enemy while going after the corrupt members of Angeline. She ended up walking straight into her own demise. At that time, Lauren was utterly overwhelmed by negative emotions, practically becoming a puppet for others. Back to Lauren, now much calmer, she addressed Ian. Ian, I also hope we can find the dark mage, but that's not the only reason. I told you this entire long story. Right now, we don't even know who the true enemy is. That's why we desperately need a trustworthy assistant, ideally someone skilled in both combat and strategy, and even better if they also consider the dark mage their enemy. That would be absolutely perfect. Hearing Lauren's unexpectedly long-winded speech, Ian muttered to himself, I keep wondering why she's telling me this epic tale, when I'm not even curious. Plus, a chain quest just popped up, and now, those easy prey have literally fallen right into my hands. Chain quest, the fallen ones. Find and punish the nobles who worship the darkness. Reward, gold and unknown stat points. The reward is definitely going to be tempting. However, I refuse to get dragged into situations or quests without a solid plan. With this in mind, Ian spoke up, I'm a mercenary. A mercenary never acts on words alone. Instead, can I consider what you've just said as you wanting to make a deal with me? Hearing this, Lauren quickly replied, of course, Ian. Considering the seriousness and risk of the situation, I promise to give you a truly worthy reward. If you wish, I can even bestow a noble title upon you. But before she could even finish her enticing pitch, Ian sharply cut her off. The conditions aren't what truly matter right now. You need to seriously reconsider the terms of this deal, especially the part about me accompanying you. You know how much I stand out now, don't you? Besides, to truly prove the dark mage's existence, you'll have to head straight for the royal castle and investigate there. Furthermore, once you enter that castle, it won't be easy to escape its grasp, since the entire kingdom is heavily preparing for war. So, why don't we split up to find those corrupt vassals? You take the inside, I'll handle the outside. Having said his piece, Ian then fell silent. If she agrees, it means I'll be going alone. In any case, the targets for my next quests, are those very same corrupt vassals, so I can certainly handle them myself. Plus, there's no risk of anyone outside the castle getting inadvertently involved with Lauren. And while she was still deep in thought, Lauren then raised a concern. But Ian, I still need a witness out here to truly prove the dark mage's existence. Hearing that, Ian remembered Mizu's existence and thoughtfully said, there are other mercenaries in our group. That's right, we have Mizu. Lauren murmured, you can take your time to think it over. There's still plenty of time, Ian advised. But I really don't understand you at all. I thought you'd want to discuss the conditions first. Lauren asked, her brow furrowed quizzically. Ian just gave a faint smile and calmly replied, is that why you offered a noble title? Yes, but I think you could play a much bigger role in the kingdom, Lauren said. The moment Ian heard the word title, however, he immediately refused. Then I refuse. If you had offered more money, perhaps it would be an entirely different story. But Ian said this because, he had already seen this world's tragic ending. From helping a knight who could become a crazed avenger, to striking down those who have fallen to darkness. It's all just a long, arduous process that simply has to be done. I need to find the culprit who summoned me here, and demand to know why. Once I get that answer, they're in for a rude awakening. But to do that, I have to survive. No matter what, I will overcome every challenge. Ian declared to himself the next morning. The team was prepped and ready to go. Before they set out, Lauren laid down the plan. Everyone's ready, right? We'll depart this valley, guided by Ms., and take a side path to the graveyard forest. Ms., please lead the way. With her words, she turned her gaze to Ms. Meanwhile, those two clowns couldn't help but sneak glances at Ian, still mortified by their embarrassing actions from yesterday. Ian, however, remained absorbed in the two stones he held, a sly smile playing on his lips. Finally, the essence is purified and mine. I can't wait for a chance to put it to the test. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the Red Valley. Upon their arrival, Philip couldn't hold back his complaints to Mizu. Mizu, what the hell is this place? What kind of guide are you? The path is impassable. Our horses can't even get through. Mizu scratched his head, surveying the treacherous path ahead, and mumbled it wasn't like this before. Then what happened here? Philip asked. Mizu paused, deep in thought, then finally spoke. Well, that was about 4 or 5 years ago. Or maybe 6. Are you kidding me? Philip scoffed, clearly infuriated. Mizu quickly turned back, trying to explain. But trust me, it's not as dangerous as it once was. This whole area used to be swarming with goblins and ogres. Upon hearing Mizu mention those two notorious races, Ian, who had been lagging behind, quickly piped up, goblins and ogres. Precisely, this was once their treacherous den. They devoured every plant and blade of grass, leaving only the tallest, high canopy trees to survive. But now, just look, the entire place is lush and green. Mizu finished, and just then, Ian casually reached out and caught a falling leaf right in front of him. As he examined it closely, he noticed the leaf was glowing with a vibrant purple. Magical energy, mesmerizing to behold. You could just tell something was off. Then he spoke up, declaring, it's all green, which is a huge problem, since we can't eat this stuff anymore. What do you mean by that? Philip hastily demanded. Hearing his question, Ian started to explain. You know those things that are dead but can still move around just like the other day? You mean those corpses? Philip asked, his voice laced with fear. Then, as if a chilling realization struck him, he quickly blurted, wait a minute, are you saying monsters can become zombies too? The entire forest has been contaminated by dark energy. I'm not sure what caused it. Ian informed everyone while simultaneously, he thought to himself just like he had before. The quest notification confirmed it. This place is the contaminated forest. The rampant madness of the dark barrier is the true cause of all this. I'm not sure why these outskirts are affected, but but it looks like this has been happening for a while now. Standing beside him, Philip, sensing the overwhelming gravity of the situation, muttered worriedly, "First the graveyard forest, now the contaminated forest. What else could possibly be next? It's only been 1 day since we left the valley, and we're already facing so many problems." Hearing his concerns, Ian warned, "From now on, stay extremely vigilant. Report anything unusual immediately." "You mean that thing? That tree over there?" Mizu asked, pointing straight ahead. In the direction he was pointing stood a tree trunk adorned with abnormally red fruits. Ian saw it too, thinking to himself, "It looks smaller than the one I encountered before." After a moment of thought, he spoke to the group. "It's best if we don't get too close." "What will happen if we get close to that thing?" Mizu asked anxiously. Ian just smiled and said, "Why don't you go and see for yourself? It would love a big guy like you. It's a man-eating tree." Mizu shrieked. "As long as we don't get too close, it'll be fine. Let's go, quickly," Ian said. Meanwhile, Mizu, still looking worried, slowly started to move forward. "I get it. It's better to stay far away from it." With that, the entire group started moving at a slow pace, carefully inching past this tree. All the while, they kept nervously glancing its way, watching for any unusual moves. Noticing their extreme caution, Ian called out from the back, encouraging them, "Good job, everyone, but stay vigilant." But the moment those words left his lips, the fruits atop the man-eating tree suddenly began to violently convulse. A massive branch then shot directly at Ian. Luckily, Ian managed to dodge just in time, but the horse beside him wasn't so lucky. So its head was instantly snatched off by the branch. This sudden, brutal attack from the tree sent the 3 people up front screaming in shock, while Ian, behind them, gritted his teeth. "Damn this cursed tree. I just bought that horse yesterday." Meanwhile, the man-eating tree, after claiming the horse's head, swiftly retracted its branch. Back here, Ian's fury began to boil. His eyes blazed like fiery headlights as he charged directly towards it. "You killed my horse. Do you think you can get away with that?" As he roared, Ian forcefully swung the sword in his hand, cleanly slicing the branch in two. The severed end of the branch Ian had just cut fell to the ground, giving Lauren's group a chance to observe the hideous thing up close. "Oh Lord," Philip mumbled, "the very shape of this thing truly terrified all 3 of them after witnessing it." Mizu couldn't help but turn to Ian. "You said we'd be fine as long as we didn't touch it." "That's what I thought, but it seems this thing also reacts to sound." "That's fine though. Now I won't have to listen to you all chattering while we're here." After saying that, he turned to Lauren. "The horse is dead. Could you please help me carry my gear and luggage?" "Of course," Lauren replied. She then reached out to grab Ian's luggage, but the moment her hand brushed it, a sharp pain shot through her left arm, causing her to grit her teeth uncontrollably. Ian, sensing something was wrong, quickly asked, "Is something the matter?" "It's nothing," Lauren blurted out, but then a thought struck her. She turned to Ian and asked, "Ian, can you pinpoint the source of this contamination in this area? Are you serious?" Ian replied, a questioning look on his face. Meanwhile, he mused inwardly, why would she want me to do that, especially with her brother in danger? Still, I wanted to investigate this anyway. The layout of this road is quite strange too. I should probably check it out more carefully. A dangerous, contaminated forest, sitting right next to the road to the Hell Forest. It's almost as if someone wants to stop us from reaching our destination. Meanwhile, further ahead, Mizu overheard Lauren's words and reacted furiously. "What are you all talking about? I was only hired to be a guide to the forest leading to the cemetery. Now you're telling me we have to go deeper into this damn forest." Faced with his furious reaction, Lauren spoke gently. "I apologize for this sudden change of plans, Mizu. I'll pay you extra upon completion of this mission. I swear on my honor, you will not be harmed or lose your life here." And as soon as he heard the words extra pay, the man's attitude changed in an instant. "Well, if you put it that way, a mercenary like me, how should we proceed deeper into the forest now?" "Of course there's a way," Ian confidently stated, beginning to activate his clairvoyant magic detection skill. His special trait, Sixth Sense, was also activated simultaneously, dramatically increasing the range of his magic detection. The moment the skill activated, a wave of energy radiated from Ian, allowing him to sense everything in his surroundings. After getting a clear read on the terrain ahead, Ian instructed everyone, follow me. As they advanced, Lauren and the other two got to witness his incredible skill at slaughtering the man-eating trees. But then, abruptly, right after felling a man-eating tree, he abruptly stopped Mizu, who was walking right behind him. He spotted it, then sharply asked, "What's wrong?" Ian's eyes darkened at the words, his voice grave as he stated, "Looks like we have some company." Following Ian's gaze, countless goblin and elf corpses were clawing their way out of the earth, right before their eyes. Philip and Mizu, witnessing this horrifying scene, were absolutely petrified, screaming, "No way, they're goblins and elves, but their forms. They've turned into zombies." Leading the charge, Ian gritted his teeth, his voice grim. "They're every bit as dangerous as before, though. Right now they just look like a bunch of cordyceps." As he braced himself to charge into the fray, Lauren's voice cut through the air from behind. "Leave this to me." Just then, her entire body began to shimmer, enveloped in a layer of mana, a pale blue light. Witnessing this, Ian sheathed his sword, remarking, "You should have used that skill much sooner." As he spoke, the zombie horde surged forward, charging right at them, as if driven to madness. Lauren, seeing this, quickly yelled to the group, "Everyone, get down." Ian and his companions heard her, and knew she was about to unleash a skill, so they instantly hit the dirt. Immediately after, Lauren swung the sword in her hand, unleashing a devastating wave of light that sliced through everything. With just one decisive blow, the entire zombie horde was cleaved in half and mown down like grass. Witnessing this, Ian couldn't help but admire it. Holy power truly is the strongest when dealing with monsters tainted by dark magic. Now I'll handle what's left. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, Ian suddenly noticed something amiss. The holy power that enveloped Lauren seemed to be violently conflicting with her own body. And then, immediately afterward, Lauren herself suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood and utterly collapsed. Witnessing this, Philip instantly rushed to her side, asking, "My lady, what's wrong, my lady?" And Ian, who had been right behind them, saw Lauren suddenly collapse like that, and his head started spinning. He grumbled, "Great, now I have to handle this by myself." With that, Ian stood up and told Mizu, "Take care of the horse and hand over all the oil." "All right," Mizu quickly replied, and not long after, 4 bags of oil were neatly arranged in front of Ian. Once that was done, Ian seemed to think of something and asked, "Don't tell me you're—" Ian didn't bother to answer the unspoken question, but just turned back and ordered, "Give me the torch, then go back to Philip. Help him and don't overthink it. Just be careful." "What about you?" Mizu asked worriedly. Hearing this, Ian started slinging a bag of oil over his shoulder, and declared, "I'm heading to the center of the forest." Mizu was even more shocked. "To the forest? Alone? Don't make me repeat myself," Ian snapped. Mizu was about to say more, but Philip spoke up from behind them. "Please come back alive." Seeing Philip's reaction, Mizu also chimed in, "Then please come back alive." After saying that, he quickly ran over to Philip's side. Ian watched him go and muttered, "Worry about yourselves. I'm more worried about you two taking care of Lauren." As he spoke, he began putting the bags of oil into his inventory. Next, he poured a little oil onto the torch, to make it burn even brighter. "First, I have to draw the demon's attention to myself. This should be enough." Ian spoke, gripping his sword tightly. Turning back to Mizu, he saw him talking to Philip. "Hey, Philip, snap out of it. From now on, the two of us have to protect her, so calm down." Meanwhile, back on Ian's side, he began to charge and attack the remaining zombies. As soon as they crawled up from the ground, before they even knew what was happening, Ian closed in on them. "You damn bastards, where do you think you're going?" And with that, he swung his sword, sending a zombie flying. The goblin went to reincarnate, but its action immediately drew the attention of the remaining zombies, who all turned their vacant stares toward Ian, while he was still busy fighting them off. Then, from the tree right above him, a light flashed, and right after that, the maw of a carnivorous plant lunged straight towards Ian, followed by a system notification. Unique trait, focus has been activated, and thanks to this activated trait, Ian was able to easily detect the man-eating plants, attack and dodge it instantly. "You don't even give me experience points, so don't get in my way." As he spoke, Ian began to unleash countless slashes, chopping the goblins and the carnivorous plant's tentacles into innumerable pieces, and after dealing with the small fry, Ian smiled, looking ahead, and said, "I bet this made you really angry, didn't it? But don't get mad over just this, because I'm just getting started." Ian then bolted even deeper into the forest, while a horde of goblin zombies chased after him. The reason Ian didn't deal with these flies was mainly because they were quite weak, so he didn't want to waste his time. In short, this mob couldn't run as fast as him. But it wasn't long before, right in front of Ian, a giant arm suddenly rose up, followed by the appearance of a massive, utterly disgusting zombie. As for Ian, after seeing it block his path, he charged forward without hesitation. With just 2 or 3 powerful leaps, Ian was able to climb onto its body and pass the giant creature with ease. "Shut your mouth, you bastard," Ian said, as he kicked right off its head to gain momentum. Then he flew forward like a bird. But this huge creature reacted quite quickly. As soon as it saw that Ian had passed it, it hastily turned its head and swung its massive arms straight at him. But luckily for Ian, the blow only managed to shatter the torch in his hand. Ian, however, landed perfectly safe on the ground. That's when he realized something, muttering to himself, "So you're a named boss monster, huh?" No guided tour for this, but just as Ian spoke those words, he went silent because in that very instant his unique trait, his sixth sense, had activated. "Awesome, I totally forgot I had this skill. Now, with this skill I can see it clearly." And just like that, Ian had pinpointed what he was searching for. "Found you, the very source of the defilement, a bizarre, ancient tree parasite." Following Ian's intense gaze, directly before him stood a massive, towering, ancient tree, its trunk covered in countless red fruits. Its grotesque form also made Ian wonder, why is this tree so massive? It must have been accumulating an immense amount of filth for quite some time now. That's how it managed to reach this monstrous size. But that doesn't matter, I just need to stick to the plan. Finally, I can use the essence. As he said that, Ian began drawing out the essence he had purified moments earlier. The essence itself was steadily siphoning the mana from Ian's arm. "It's pulling my magic like a magnet. So this is how it works," Ian muttered, intrigued. But no sooner had he spoken than Ian immediately sensed a looming danger. He quickly looked up, realizing that the colossal man-eating plant had lunged one of its mouths directly at him. While he was distracted, luckily, Ian noticed just in time and swiftly leaped back. He dodged it, but he had to admit, the mouth of this man-eating plant was absolutely enormous. At the same instant, its other grotesque mouths began to awaken, slowly encircling him. Seeing this, Ian gritted his teeth and bolted. "It's not giving me any time to even think." Confronting the relentless man-eating plant, it began its attempt to feast on Ian by unleashing its countless mouths to lunge at him all at once. But with his superb perception, Ian was still able to evade them for the time being. The ravenous man-eating plant also sensed that simply using its mouths to attack wasn't going to be enough, so it started deploying its own roots to attack as well. Then, from the very ground beneath Ian's feet, countless sharp spikes shot up, aiming straight for him. Seeing this, Ian had to seriously pick up his speed to avoid being skewered alive. As he ran, he cursed the tree in his mind. "Damn it, I could fight back directly, but it's just not necessary." As he thought this, Ian started reaching into his inventory. He took out the bags of oil he'd prepared beforehand. While still running, he began splashing the oil everywhere, making sure it got all over those gaping mouths. After the bag of oil was empty, Ian casually tossed it aside and started using his own fire magic. And the oil and fire combo was truly devastating. With just a tiny spark, the flames spread rapidly across the tentacles, burning them to a crisp. Then, the horrific screams of those mouths echoed through the air. After seeing this, Ian was extremely satisfied. "Just as I thought, fire is the most effective against a tree. If only I'd read the strategy guide for this. In the early days of the game, I wouldn't have wasted my precious skill points learning gray magic." Ian mourned his lost points as he looked at the burning tree in front of him. Then, right after, he remembered something and muttered, "Now that I think about it, I've had a bad feeling about this ever since before I entered the forest." There it is, the second weak point. Following Ian's gaze, a certain spot on the tree trunk was emitting a distinct purple light, but it was quite high up. It's insanely high up. Lee, damn it, Ian said, but he quickly charged forward. The ancient tree seemed to know Ian was charging in to finish it off, so immediately it spewed out countless streams of white mist towards him. Seeing this, Ian quickly raised his hand to cover his face, and then he was pushed back by the sheer blast of air. The man-eating plant seized this opportunity and began to command its other, their mouths still perfectly intact and ready to speak. Though surrounded, Ian wasn't scared. Ian actually just smiled, declaring, "I've been waiting for you to release steam, to put out the flames." As for the mist that man-eating plant just spewed, it's the emergency steam release technique of the monstrous ancient tree. When it's set ablaze, after releasing steam to douse the flames, it unleashes a wide-range attack with its surrounding heads to guard against its opponent, but in exchange its weak point is exposed for a time. This is the perfect moment for a mage to cast a skill. Thinking this, Ian began focusing his magic into the essence, and used the crimson magic spell. Fire Breath is a short-range spell, but if I increase its magic output using the essence, this power will be on a whole different level. And just as he thought that, Ian's face froze. "Wait," he said, "why isn't the essence stopping? Something's, what the hell? It's draining all my mana. It wasn't like this in the game." And as Ian screamed, the essence in his palm erupted with an intense light, and then right after a gigantic pillar of fire blasted straight towards the tree. It let out a blood-curdling scream. The unexpectedly powerful attack forced Ian to grit his teeth and hold on with all his might just to keep it steady and aimed it forward. The man-eating plant on the other side, after taking a direct hit from such a powerful blow, was instantly vaporized. Back with Ian after firing the blast, he was now clutching his face, groaning, "Oh God, my eyes, I didn't know it would drain mana like that. This essence, why is it different from the game? I know I used to wear tons of holy relics and magic armor in this game. Did those help me control this essence back then?" Thinking this, Ian looked at the now dull essence in his hand and muttered, "The mana density in this essence, it's much lower than before. I could have used it another 50 times. If only I'd embedded it into another weapon." He then turned to gaze at the fiercely burning tree before him and said, "Luckily, this fire's burning strong. Poor thing, you can finally rest now." As he spoke, Ian drew a sword from his inventory to put it out of its misery. Tevin turned to Mizu. Just a moment ago, he'd also seen another pillar shooting straight into the sky from deep within the forest. He wondered aloud, what on earth just happened? That pillar of fire is spreading, and he definitely caused it. And just as Mizu said this, footsteps approached from behind him, causing the timid guy to quickly turn around, thinking to himself, who else is here? And at that moment, Ian stepped out from the bushes and said, "It's me! Put that away." Seeing this, Mizu let out a sigh of relief and quickly asked Ian, "Is that you? Are you okay?" Hearing this, Ian complained, "Do I look like I'm okay? Give me something to wipe this filth off." As he said this, he recalled dealing with that annoying tree. Seriously, who would have thought that tree would go so berserk? When I struck its weak point to finish it, its heads fell off and caused an immediate explosion. Thinking of this, he warned Mizu, "You stay put. If anything happens, you'll have to take care of yourself." After saying that, he started walking toward Lauren and Philip. Seeing Ian approach, Philip hurriedly said, "You're finally here." Ian looked at Lauren and asked, "How is she? I've never seen her like this before." Philip said worriedly. As they looked on, Lauren's whole body was covered in sweat, and her breathing had become labored. Looking at these symptoms, Philip began to voice his speculation. "I think she's been poisoned." Hearing this, Ian pondered for a moment before speaking. "She's an apostle, so it can't be dark magic or a curse." He turned to Philip. He then drew his sword, speaking with determination. "Leave it to me. With this, she'll feel better soon." "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Ian asked as Philip looked on. Philip began explaining his intention. "I'm going to make an incision and squeeze out the tainted blood. That way her body can fight off the poison. Don't worry, I've done this many times." And these words left Ian utterly bewildered. The medical knowledge of this dark age. I'm genuinely speechless at that thought. He covered his face and cried, "Stop, unless you want to kill her." Ian then looked at Lauren, concentrating. I can feel something strange and unpleasant coming from her left arm. Is that unholy magic? With that thought, Ian turned to Philip and said, remove the armor from her left arm. Philip was somewhat startled, but swiftly removed the woman's gauntlet, and just like that, her arm was revealed before them. Her left arm had turned a dark purple, as if it was being corroded by something. And after Philip saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Oh, Holy Rosa! Oh my!" Even Ian became serious, stating, "This miasma, it's from the headless horseman, Dullahan." But for an apostle like Lauren, to be affected by this miasma is truly confusing. It's absurd. The headless horseman shouldn't be able to stand against holy power. Speaking of holy power, Ian remembered what happened at the church the other day. I could pray to the goddess Jasola, but that priest, he was far too interested in me. I don't want to do it, but in this situation, there's no other choice. Thinking this, Ian clasped his hands to pray, but suddenly some information transmitted itself directly into his head, startling him. What do you mean I can absorb it? This feeling, it's the curse of the swamp. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Ian glanced at the ring on his finger. He was utterly speechless, overcome with astonishment. This thing can absorb miasma. That feature, was never once mentioned in the game. This item, having essentially come from the headless horseman's head, it's no surprise it can absorb miasma. I guess it doesn't crave holy power, but rather, demonic power. This sudden, shocking discovery made Ian grin from ear to ear. He then turned to Philip. "Philip, hold her arm still, yes? But what are you going to do?" Philip nervously questioned. "I'm going to treat her," Ian replied, as he slowly began to peel off his glove, revealing a bizarre, snake-shaped ring. Then, to their shock, the snake seemed to come alive, slowly slithering along Ian's finger. This instantly terrified Philip, who was standing right beside him, so much so that he hurriedly jumped aside. "What the? It's moving," he gasped. Hearing this, Ian calmly stated, "It's familiar with me. There's no need to worry." But for some reason, Philip, after hearing Ian's words, suddenly became enraged. "Are you saying it's a monster? Only the fallen consort with monsters. If you use it, the gods will be enraged." Faced with this unexpected outburst from a mere servant like Philip, Ian's anger began to simmer. Even the air around him seemed to crackle as he growled, "Do I look like one of the fallen, Philip?" Philip, seeing this menacing display, looked utterly dumbfounded. "Well, not exactly, but..." "Then shut your mouth and hold her arm. If you utter another word, you can't imagine what I'll do to you." Ian growled menacingly. Faced with Ian's terrifying words, Philip reluctantly, yet firmly, held Lauren's arm. Ian then brought his hand close to hers, and right after, the snake lunged straight at her arm, biting down hard. This snake may be small, but it certainly packs a punch. As soon as it sank its fangs into Lauren's arm, it began to draw something out, and in no time, the ominous purple marks on her arm vanished. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Philip, watching from the side, could only gape. "Her ladyship is recovering," he joyfully announced. "The wound has completely vanished." Meanwhile, the black snake, after draining some of the magic, seemed to glow even brighter. It then turned towards Philip. Philip now stared at the little black snake, with a touched expression, and spoke. "This monster, it actually healed her?" Right after saying that, he even reached out to pet the tiny snake. But instantly, its eyes blazed a dangerous red, and it hissed menacingly at him. Philip quickly yanked his hand back, asking, "What's wrong with it?" But Ian, witnessing the snake's aggression, gave a dangerous smile and spoke to it. "Why don't you try that again?" At this, the little black snake quickly lowered its head, as if to apologize. Then, it slowly crawled back onto Ian's middle finger, and returned to its ring form, turning back to Philip after seeing Ian successfully intimidate the little snake. He was still a bit worried and asked, "Are you sure that thing is safe?" Hearing this, Ian grumbled, "Taming it doesn't erase its instincts, just like how you can't seem to stop nagging." Faced with Ian's biting remark, Philip was, predictably, left speechless. Treating it as just a bit of banter between them, Ian then said seriously, "Now for the most critical part of the treatment. So shut up and bring me a knife. Oh, and bandages and alcohol too." And then, right after that, the treatment began. Thanks to his first aid skills, not long after, Lauren slowly woke up. Seeing this, both Ian and Philip happily exclaimed, "You're awake, you helped me again, Ian. Even though I refused to search for the culprit behind the corruption, I still ended up like this," Lauren said, glancing at her arm. But while she was still lamenting, Ian nonchalantly dropped a bombshell. "I've already dealt with the culprit." "What, Bayou?" Lauren and Philip gasped in utter shock, but just moments later, she quickly composed herself and spoke. "So, it truly came to this after all. Ian, you knew I was overwhelmed by the corrupting magic from the headless horseman, didn't you? You mean that night from before, milady?" Philip asked, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Ian seemed to piece something together and inquired, "Are you saying the dark mage sent you a warning while you were unconscious?" Upon hearing that, Lauren began to explain her experience from when she was unconscious. "Strangely enough, he only sent me a message. He warned me I had overstepped my bounds, and that whoever helps me will pay the ultimate price. Then he vanished." Crimson. "He mentioned that name when talking about the one who would pay for helping me. That person must be a powerful mage. If we can find out who that is, maybe they can help us. Do you have any leads, Ian?" "I'm not so sure," Ian replied with a sly smile, while internally cursing the dark mage. "That son of a bitch mage. He's already figured something out." Time quickly passed, and by morning, Mizu had arrived at the man-eating tree's location. He immediately started digging, and as he did, he didn't forget to grumble. "This damn thing is dead," he muttered. Finding the dark mage was the priority, but now he's wasting time, looking for the source of the corruption. And why do I have to be the one digging this place up? In the morning, Ian, perched atop the tree trunk, heard him and quipped, "Digging is your specialty, isn't it? Hurry up and dig if you have time to whine." As he said this, Ian mused to himself, there might be more items in the surrounding areas. Turning to Philip, who was also observing the charred tree trunk, Lauren asked, "Sir, Ian created such a huge fire to destroy the tree, but it didn't spread anywhere else, did it?" A bystander chimed in, offering an explanation. "That's because this forest once belonged to the elves. It's incredibly tough to start a fire in an elven forest. That's why many kingdoms were built right next to their borders. Ian must have been the one to start this fire." With that revelation, we cut back to Ian. He was busily searching the tree trunk, thinking happily, "It wasn't burned. The seed of the ancient demonic tree. I can get a skill point if I eat it, according to the guide. But that's a trap. There's a hidden quest. I won't eat it. I'll just stash it in my inventory." As Ian mused, he casually plucked the seed. He then tossed it into his inventory. And right after he finished, Mizu's scream suddenly rang out. "Oh my God!" came the shout from below. Hearing that, Ian quickly leaped down. Lauren and Philip also rushed over, asking, "What's wrong?" Seeing them get closer, Mizu stammered, Look over here. There's a dead body under the tree roots." Following his gaze, everyone saw indeed there were a few skeletons lying under the base of the tree. Ian, looking at the skeletons, explained, "They were once sacrifices to this tree." Hearing this, a shocked Mizu asked, "Sacrifices? Are you saying the dark mage sacrificed these people to nurture this dark tree?" Lauren, who was standing nearby, also overheard what Ian said. Her face went numb as she muttered, "Human sacrifices." Her mind was flooded with chaotic thoughts. If he doesn't return to the capital within a month, he always wanted to prove he was stronger than me, even if he's no longer alive. No, it can't be. It's impossible. As Lauren thought this, she began to clench her fists. The atmosphere around her seemed to change, and Ian, who was next to her, noticed it, gritting his teeth. He cursed, "Damn it." Turning back to Mizu, he started digging faster, and the more he dug, the more shocked everyone became. Finally, Philip couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Why are there so many dead bodies under this demonic tree? Are these all human sacrifices? If they are all sacrifices, then that's quite a horrifying number. Perhaps the missing Vernon is here too." The moment Philip uttered those words, he instantly realized his terrible slip of the tongue. Quickly, he clapped a hand over his mouth, then turned to glance nervously at Lauren. As for Lauren, her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. She stared intently at one specific corpse, a corpse that bore an uncanny resemblance to the vanished Vernon. Seeing this chilling skeleton, Lauren once again became deeply agitated. "No, it can't be. He's the one who defeated the darkness. and all its vile minions. There's no way he would ever become a sacrifice for this grotesque creature. But what if it really happened? What if he fell into some insidious trap and became a part of this thing before he even had a chance to fight it? If so, I'll bet everything I have to get my revenge. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Lauren's expression twisted into something incredibly menacing. Unconsciously, she clenched her fists even tighter. Even Ian, standing right beside her, could sense the shift in her and spoke up. The more I look at this, the more I'm convinced that guy wasn't the one who did this. Hearing this, Philip, who stood behind him, exclaimed in shock. What, are you saying the dark mage wasn't the one who sacrificed these poor souls? Is that it? Hearing his words, Ian began to explain he wouldn't use this method. Even though he's a user of dark magic, he has never used living people as sacrifices, especially not these people. They look like soldiers from the city of Andal, who were likely transporting prisoners. As Ian spoke, he pulled a pair of iron shackles from the blood-soaked ground. Philip, seeing this, began to ponder the two-horned emblem on the shackles. And that distinct inscription. It means they're from the standing army of Andal City. Realizing this, he spoke up, his voice firm. It looks like you're absolutely right. This is indeed the insignia and tag of the Andal army. Turning to Ian, he continued, think about it. Why would anyone use these soldiers as sacrifices? Why choose an army squad that's known for being quite dangerous? Philip quickly agreed, you're right, this just doesn't make any sense. But these words managed to calm Lauren down. She realized, so, that means Vernon. He isn't here. How pathetic of me. Getting distracted by things I only imagined. Meanwhile, Ian continued, after we defeated the dark mage, we learned about our next destination. The tombstone mentioned the largest city in the kingdom of Asianland, the territory of Marcus Burkard Eldris. Although this isn't directly related to the mage, it is related to the victims here, so I'll go to Andal myself to confirm what happened. What do you think about that? Ian asked Lauren, who was now calm. She simply replied, all right, I agree. Hearing the two of them, Philip exclaimed in surprise, wait a minute, you two are taking on the next mission. By going to that city, finding the culprits, and any survivors is also very important. Lauren, across from Ian, affirmed. Ian, not wanting to waste any more time, gave an order, yes, she agrees. Stop talking and get the horses. Philip, if there's a problem with the horses, I'll ride you to the city instead. Yes, I understand, Philip said hurriedly, glancing back at Lauren. She was still staring at the bodies, lost in deep thought. Seeing her like this, Ian, who was beside her, spoke up. Lauren, could you offer a prayer for these people? I think they need to pass on peacefully. You're right, let me do it, Lauren said cheerfully, and right after that, she immediately knelt down and began to pray for these people, with her hands clasped. But Ian, seeing her like that, had a few thoughts of his own. Should I consider myself lucky she's this simple-minded? Just a moment ago, she nearly lost her mind. Thinking her younger brother was here, she's had outbursts like this before. This will probably just happen again later, until we deal with that sorcerer. It's just a fleeting emotion. I hope the holy light can keep her calm for now. There's no proof Varen is truly gone. But why does this horrible premonition haunt me? Meanwhile, Lauren's fervent prayers echoed through the air. O God of light, please accept the souls of all who have fallen here, and grant them the eternal blessing of peace. As her prayers continued, images of her younger brother, Varen, flooded Lauren's mind. Varen, where are you? Varen turned his head, hearing her call, and began to speak. Sister, I will prove I can surpass you. I will become the head of our clan. Hearing her younger brother's determined words, Lauren cried out in shock. Varen, why? You don't have to. You're already good enough. Am I really, sister? Varen whispered. Yes, you are. You don't have to prove your strength. I don't know anything. I don't even know if you're truly dead. Varen slowly began to turn his head away, revealing a face horrifyingly covered in blood. At that exact moment, Lauren jolted awake, clutching her face in utter distress. A dream. What a strange, unsettling dream, she muttered. She then looked around, confused, and thought, am I in a carriage? Just then, Ian, seated up front, noticed Lauren was awake and spoke up. You're awake. How long was I asleep? And where did you get this carriage? Lauren asked, bewildered. Hearing her questions, Ian immediately realized the woman remembered nothing. He then had to explain the situation. It seems you don't remember anything. Huh? While we were on our way, I suggested we use this abandoned carriage to move faster. Hearing Ian's words, Lauren slowly began to remember, murmuring, "Oh, that's right. I was so overwhelmed by my emotions. I can't remember anything at all," Lauren thought to herself, frustrated. Meanwhile, Ian continued, "You woke up just in time. We're about to reach the graveyard forest." "Huh? Since when?" Lauren exclaimed in surprise, quickly looking around the surroundings. She then spun around and yelled at Mizu, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Hearing this, Mizu became utterly flustered. He turned to look at Ian. Thankfully, Ian understood, quickly stepping in to save him. "I told him not to wake you. If you knew, you wouldn't have been able to rest. Since nothing is wrong, you should get some more rest." Ian's words left Lauren utterly stunned. Then she let out a sigh, murmuring, "Phew. All right, I'll drop it this time. What a drag," Ian thought to himself from up front. And at that very moment, the moving carriage suddenly jolted to a halt. Mizu, seeing this, asked, "Why'd we stop?" "It's not me. The horse refuses to go any further," Ian replied just then. Lauren in the back sensed something and said, "The air here, it feels just like the tainted forest." "This is it," Ian confirmed. "From this point forward, this place is demon territory," Ian said coldly. Philip, beside him, suddenly recalled something and asked, "Demon territory? You mean this is the cursed island?" "That's right. This is an area affected by the madness of the shadow barrier. This region has been cursed and has become extremely toxic. The laws of nature here are completely different from the world outside. There's no telling what might happen. So this is why no one ever returns from this area. They can't find their way out." Philip thought to himself. Back with Lauren, she turned to Mizu and said, "We need to leave our luggage outside. Only bring what's necessary." Hearing this, Mizu said nervously, "Hold on a second," he said. "We can't go back once we step inside." At his words, Ian interjected from the side, "It's fine. It'll disappear if we defeat the dark sorcerer, I'm guessing." Hearing this, Mizu shrieked, "That's so irresponsible. My job was just to guide you to the graveyard forest. So, do you want me to take care of you right now?" Ian said coldly, and his menacing tone made Mizu's attitude change. Instantly, "What I meant to say is, no matter how dangerous it gets, you can count on me." After that, everyone had finished preparing their essentials and braced themselves to officially step into the graveyard forest. Just as they were about to enter, Philip broke out in a sweat and blurted, "Even though I prepared for this, it still feels way scarier than I imagined." Hearing this, Mizu from behind was about to suggest. They all turned back together, but before she could, Ian, who was at the front, declared, "Is everyone ready? Once we're in, there's no turning back no matter what. Got it?" Lauren affirmed with resolute determination. At that exact moment, a blue light flashed in Ian's eyes, signaling he had activated his perception skill. Following Ian's gaze, it seemed a large, dark shadow was staring intently right at them. "Looks like it's noticed I'm here, but that doesn't really matter. You should get ready to welcome your esteemed guests. I've been looking forward to seeing your face. You're going to pay for getting in my way with those creatures, and for denying me my damn experience and rewards," Ian thought with a thrill. And with that, the group began to move into the forest. But the deeper they ventured, the more the cowardly Philip trembled, until he finally turned around and asked Ian, Are we going the right way?" "We're going the right way. How many more times are you going to ask?" Ian complained, turning to Philip. It made him remember what happened a few nights ago. He wanted to slap himself. "Why did I have to say that? Do you really think the dark which is in the cemetery forest? We could be wasting our time." Ian had just laughed and said, "Just admit you're scared." And with his pride on the line, Philip had declared without hesitation, "Scared? Not a chance. I'll lead the way." And so, today, Philip was indeed leading the way. "I can't believe he actually let me lead," Philip thought, his face drenched in sweat. He then glanced worriedly towards Lauren. The holy night was, from his perspective, something felt off about Lauren's aura. So, witnessing this, Philip clenched his fists and resolved, "I need to focus." Behind him, Ian saw his intense expression and smiled. He has no idea what's truly happening. Then, Ian's expression turned grim, as he scanned the path ahead, and sensed something unsettling. "This all feels incredibly strange. How are all these creatures still alive? The defilement should have already sapped all life from this land." Not long after, the group passed through a curtain of swirling white mist. Witnessing this, Philip dropped to his knees in sheer celebration. We're out. We're finally out. I did it. Oh, Goddess Risola, thank you. Mizu, standing beside him, was visibly pleased. I can't believe you actually pulled it off. I could practically hear your soul being drained away. Seeing these two acting like total clowns, Ian spoke up, cut the nonsense. This is just the beginning. After speaking, he looked ahead and mused to himself. I finally made it here. The entrance to the underground cemetery. Following Ian's gaze, the group spotted a rather beautiful-looking tomb. They then approached it and saw a staircase spiraling down into the darkness. This is the place, Lauren confirmed. Just then, Ian stepped forward and announced to everyone, I'll lead from here. His brief words startled Mizu. We're just going down there without any kind of plan? You should have done this sooner. Ian said coldly, follow me. After he spoke, the group followed Ian down the daunting staircase. After descending deeper inside, they realized it was an incredibly long, spiral staircase leading endlessly down. After walking so long their legs ached, and still not arriving at the bottom, Philip finally asked, are we at the bottom floor yet? Just as he posed that question, they all stepped onto the final floor. Before them lay a vast open space. There are so many underground spaces here. It's still so dark. I think I'm getting claustrophobic. Just then, Philip spoke up. Lauren quickly interjected, Ian, wait, I think we need to pray first. Hearing this, Ian turned, a question on his lips. Is there a problem? The moment we entered this place, my holy seal began to weaken. Seeing the confusion etched on Ian's face, she explained, when a person is chosen as an apostle, they receive a holy seal. By using this holy seal, an apostle can attune themselves with their deity and receive divine grace. But her explanation only fueled Ian's fury even further. What the hell? Isn't that just a slave contract? I almost sold my soul because I didn't know about this. I can't even trust the gods in this damn world. He thought, then regained his composure, saying, all right, you can pray. Hearing him, Lauren nodded, then drew the sword from her hip and thrust it forcefully into the floor. Immediately, a stream of pale blue, holy power began to surge from her body. While the three of them waited for the girl to finish her prayer, Mizu looked back and asked, hey, how come there's nothing here? So what? Philip asked from the side. Mizu then explained, the name of this place is the Graveyard Forest. I heard hundreds of corpses are buried here. Do you see any of them? Just as he said that, Ian spoke up, are you really asking that question? I guess you can see for yourselves. This guy has been preparing since the moment we set foot in this place. As Ian spoke, a light began to emanate from his eyes, a clear sign of his perception skill. Philip and Mizu still didn't understand what his words meant at all. Suddenly, a strange rumbling sound erupted from behind them. The two cowards quickly spun around to look, and saw the very door they had entered through. It was closing. Oh no, the entrance gate is closing. The two of them started screaming as they sprinted towards the gate, and when they frantically placed their hands on it, they noticed some kind of strange writing appearing on the upper part of the gate. Actually, it wasn't just on this door. The entire wall around them was covered in these strange, glowing characters. Philip, seeing this, raised the torch in his hand to get a closer look at the mysterious symbols. Is this some kind of ancient language? He wondered aloud. To answer his question, Ian, who was a bit ahead, began to explain. As a type of magic circuit, he stated. The graveyard's magic system has officially activated. I told you things were just getting started. And just as Ian spoke, eerie footsteps began to echo from further ahead, and then, countless glowing red eyes pierced through the oppressive darkness. Soon, the entire group saw the terrifying source of those sounds. It turned out to be the relentless march of a skeleton legion, slowly, menacingly advancing right toward them. Or just at a glance, there seemed to be hundreds upon hundreds of them. And, despite standing before such a massive army of skeletons, Ian didn't show a single ounce of fear. He pulled an iron mace from his inventory and grinned. What a way to announce you're a necromancer, without even opening your mouth. Ian's sudden act of pulling the mace out of thin air utterly stunned Philip and Mizu. Where did he get that mace from? Am I seeing things? They both wondered as the skeleton army closed in fast. Seeing this, Ian quickly barked a command to everyone. protect the night. After shouting that, he immediately took the initiative and charged forward, meeting the skeletons head-on, while the other two gasped in astonishment. "You're going alone?" Back with Ian, he had already barreled right into the very middle of the skeleton horde. As soon as he landed, he swung the iron mace in his hand, smashing one of their skulls with brutal force. The rest of the skeletons immediately swarmed him. Seeing this, Ian quickly activated his low-level gray magic, the magic shield. For some reason, this skill unleashed a powerful shockwave that sent all the skeletons trying to close in on him flying backward. And that wasn't all. Ian then began channeling another low-level gray magic, Blade of the Wind God. He swiftly enchanted his mace with it. Then, with a powerful sweeping swing, he just took down 3 skeletons in one go. Not bad, he thought. So this is what it feels like to use the Blade of the Wind God with a mace. Ian exclaimed, utterly thrilled, after witnessing its immense power in action. It was crushing the skeletons simultaneously. Ian also sensed that within this horde of skeletons, one seemed to be watching him intently. It looked like the dark mage was observing him through this very skeleton's eyes. Still hiding and watching like a rat, Ian muttered. He then looked back at Lauren, who was still praying, and thought, "It's not time yet. The more skeletons there are, the higher the chance one of us will die. What I need to do now is buy as much time as possible." Thinking this, Ian began to pull his mace back and said, "Hey, are you scared? Then watch carefully from behind. Watch how I blow the heads off every single one of your little toys." This taunt from Ian was clearly driving the sorcerer mad, and through the skeleton, everyone could hear his enraged curses. "Damn you, you bastard, Grimson." After speaking, he commanded all of his skeletons to charge forward and attack, all at once. Seeing this, Ian was not only unafraid, but actually happy. "Thanks for losing your cool. Let's see who can last longer." And just like that, the solo battle between Ian and a horde of skeletons began. Over here, seeing Ian having to face them alone, Philip grew worried, and turned to ask Mizu for her opinion. "Shouldn't we help him? There are so many skeletons." Hearing this, Mizu immediately said, "Didn't you hear what he said? We have to protect her." And just as she said this, it seemed Lauren's prayer was complete. As her voice rang out, "Philip, Mizu, clear a path." Then she rushed forward, shouting, "Ian, up ahead." Ian saw this and quickly dodged to the side, letting the girl begin her assault on the skeletons. Back to Lauren. At this moment, she changed her grip on the sword. Instead of holding the hilt, she gripped the blade tight, using the pommel like a brutal striking weapon. Next, she swung the sword in her hand with full force, and with just one powerful blow, this girl absolutely smashed countless skeletons into smithereens. And as if that wasn't enough, she then swung her sword twice more, causing the skeleton's bones to shatter and rain down. Even Ian, watching from behind, was completely taken aback, thinking, "Ha, whenever I see this, it truly makes me feel useless. Even so, I won't just stand by and watch you fight." As he spoke, Ian charged forward, striking down a zombie that was trying to get close to Lauren. And as if by telepathy, the two of them looked at each other and nodded, understanding each other's intentions without a single word. What followed was a perfectly synchronized attack from the two of them. When these two teamed up, their power increased exponentially, leaving Philip in the back utterly dumbfounded. As he watched them fight up ahead, Mizu yelled, "What are you doing? Hurry up and follow." "I'm coming," Philip replied hastily, and started to charge forward as well. And so, the slaughter by Ian and Lauren continued. But after fighting for a while, Lauren's face was drenched in sweat. Seeing her condition, Ian thought, "One of Lauren's weaknesses I know of is her stamina. Right now, she looks strangely exhausted. More importantly, it seems she doesn't have enough holy power." Is the connection between Lauren and the divine spirit getting weaker? Back to Philip and Mizu. While they were running for their lives up ahead, they realized the path before them had ended. He cried out, "Huh, a dead end. What, are you serious?" And at that same moment, Ian, further back, also sensed something. He thought, "What is this? Magic is flowing through the characters carved on this stone." And just as he thought that, before everyone's eyes, all the characters on the wall began to glow. simultaneously causing Mizu to ask worriedly, "So what's happening now?" And as if answering Mizu's question, the shattered skeletons on the ground were suddenly pulled by an unseen force. They began to gravitate in a single direction. Seeing this, everyone's eyes snapped toward where the bones were heading. And sure enough, just moments later, a gruesome, slimy monster, riddled with countless skeletons, appeared before them. The moment Ian saw it, he recognized it. That's an immortal watcher. A corpse-eating slime is already here. This is happening sooner than in the game. Is it because it collected enough corpses and completed its fusion? Ian mused to himself. Meanwhile, after seeing the monster's grotesque form, Philip was scared stiff, letting out a horrified scream. "What the hell is that thing? Its shape is so damn weird. Look out, Philip, it's coming!" Philip screamed, as he watched the slime begin to charge towards them. And right after that, Mizu's frantic shout echoed from behind them. "The path back here is blocked. We're out of options." But then, all of a sudden, the wall directly in front of Mizu began to rumble, and slowly descended into the ground. Overjoyed, the man exclaimed, "Huh? It's lowering. Look, there's a way out." But he hadn't even finished the word when he saw an army of skeletons awaiting them. On the other side of the now open wall, seeing this skeletal army, Anama, Mizu's group, was scared stiff and screamed, "What the hell is this?" Even Ian found the situation incredibly dire now, thinking they should be on a much lower floor. "You must have gone to a lot of trouble to prepare this for me, you bastard. This is going to be tough. We're caught between these monsters." At that moment, Lauren began to voice her strategy. "I think I have to kill that huge monster." Hearing that, Ian immediately replied, "You don't have to kill it, just keep it from getting close. I'll open a path for us to escape." "Understood," he affirmed after saying that. The two then charged fiercely toward their opponents. Ian began effortlessly smashing the skeletons, while Lauren started holding back the massive carrion slime. As their battle raged on, a worried Mizu turned to Philip and urged, "Keep pushing forward, back towards Ian." Every time Ian crushed a skeleton, its bone fragments were instantly absorbed by the carrion slime lurking behind them. This was playing out exactly like in the game. Those very bone fragments were being absorbed by the ravenous carrion slime. "This is clearly its source of infinite energy," Ian muttered, eyes scanning the situation, as he continued to fight and assess their predicament. "So far so good," he thought. "There are a few minor changes, but if we continue at this rate, then everything will still go according to my plan." But just as he reaffirmed his thoughts, a sudden, alarming change occurred. Ian's eyes widened as he spotted a grotesque corpse floating eerily in the air above them. "Damn it, what is that thing doing up there?" This desiccated monster is known as a lake wraith. This wraith is an evil creature that dwells around lakes. It seduces men, then brutally absorbs their life force. It drowns women at the bottom of the lake, then grotesquely takes over and uses their bodies. Upon seeing this vile monster, Ian gritted his teeth and declared, "We weren't supposed to run into this thing. Is it also under the necromancer's control?" Returning to the lake wraith, after clutching its head for a fleeting moment, it began to unleash its terrifying power. Countless, eerie streams of light suddenly shot forth from the monster's head. They pierced the skeletons below, and immediately after, the skeletons began to tremble, and were grimly upgraded into armored skeletons. They then charged ferociously towards Ian, at a much greater speed than before. "So fast," Ian thought to himself, astonished. Without hesitation, he casually smashed the first skeleton that rushed him. "Get out of my way," Ian roared, and with renewed resolve, he took the initiative to charge directly toward the lake wraith. As he pushed forward, he brutally swept aside any skeleton that dared to even think about blocking his path. "Take this, you bastard," Ian roared, as he swung his mace directly at the lake wraith. But with its agile flight, it effortlessly dodged Ian's attack with a subtle tilt, then darted straight for Philip and Mizu behind him. The monster, this creature of mere skin and bones, let out a strange, piercing shriek. At that very moment, Ian immediately sensed the lake wraith was about to unleash a powerful gust of wind, a devastating skill that not only caused damage, but also threw its targets into a prolonged state of panic. Ian instantly formulated a solution the second he perceived it. "If I don't stop its spell right now, Philip and Mizu are dead." Realizing this, Ian frantically yelled, "You too, cover your ears, now." Immediately after, Ian began channeling his potent fire magic, conjuring countless fireballs that orbited Philip and Mizu protectively. Seeing this, they quickly covered their ears, even though they had no idea what was actually happening. His urgent shout also caught Lauren's attention, who was battling furiously up ahead. Back to Ian. As soon as he saw the fireballs fully formed, he thrust his hand forward, commanding them to surge ahead and strike. With the breathtaking speed of the fire magic attack, the lake wraith monster didn't even have a moment to react. The terrifying result. It took the full, devastating force of all those fireballs. It was hit head-on, letting out a blood-curdling scream. But that wasn't all. During that last fiery assault, Ian had also ingeniously split off 2 fireballs to blast the carrion slime. Back with Philip and Mizu, after the explosive chaos subsided, the two spoke in utter amazement. Unbelievable. He created fire. Could he be? But before they could finish, Ian's sharp shout cut them off. This isn't an amusement park. We're fighting for our lives here, so pay attention. We're not done yet. And after those stern words, Ian rejoined the fray, trading blows with the relentless skeletons, while Lauren continued to expertly hold back the slime. Back with Ian. It seems he's unleashed a few magic spells, and it made him feel a lot lighter, too. So he cheerfully declared, "I tried to avoid using this just in case, but now that I have, it feels incredibly satisfying. And now that I've used it anyway, I might as well use it properly." As Ian spoke, he began to conjure countless fireballs around him, followed by a merciless barrage of projectiles. From his position, the poor skeletons, they didn't even get to touch him. They were all blasted to smithereens. This magical ability of his also made Lauren, who was behind him, start to think. So that's his true power. Now I get it. I never expected this. He doesn't look like a mage at all. Knowledge, experience, vision, and strategy. He's cautious and seems so mysterious. Is this the Crimson Mage I've been looking for? Lauren thought, it's Ian, as she began to chase the spirit fox, as it lunged toward Ian. Looks like it's dead again in the end, Lauren told herself. And right after that, she gathered her momentum. She dashed forward, and sliced off one of the monster's arms, much to its utter bewilderment. After dealing with the spirit fox, she called out to Ian, "Ian, I've taken care of the swamp wraith." Yeah. Ian heard her and happily shouted back, "Then get behind me and provide support. There's a junction up ahead, and it's going to be pretty tough." "A junction? Got it," Lauren said hastily. At the same time, she wondered to herself, the way he said that, it's like he's been here before. Is that some kind of mage's predictive ability? But just as Lauren thought that, she gasped, horrified, when she saw a headless corpse up ahead. At that moment, Lauren's trembling hand reached toward the body, as she thought, this armor. It's a Royal Army uniform. Could it be? She thought. Lauren started frantically searching the corpse for a nameplate. Royal Army Knight Charles Castle, the nameplate read. Lauren, over here. After confirming the name wasn't her brother's, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and mumbled, "Ha, it's not Vernon, thank goodness." But suddenly, the essence she clutched tightly to her chest suddenly erupted with an intense, unfamiliar power. This thing is emitting a contaminated power source. I don't know why, but it's different from that dark mage's magic. It belongs to someone else entirely. The source of the mana is coming from the left. Is it calling to me? Lauren wondered, as she slowly turned to face the direction from which the call seemed to emanate. And while she was still completely lost in thought, Ian's panicked scream suddenly rang out. "Lauren, watch your back." His shout startled her. She instantly jerked around, frantically turning back. But from her perspective, the corpse-eating slime was already right on top of her. And then, its giant, bone-filled body sent Lauren flying. Philip and Mizu saw this, rushing to her aid. "Milady, are you all right?" "Oh no, you're injured again." But while they fretted anxiously over Lauren, Ian's desperate cry rang out once more. "What are you guys doing? Get over here now. Hurry this way. Move it." Ian urged them. But before the three of them could even react, a massive wall crashed down on the path between them, instantly separating both sides. Seeing this, Ian grumbled, "Damn it, she didn't make it over in time. Just as I thought, this path has split us up. I have no other choice. I have to take down the dark mage first. Only then will everyone truly be safe." With that, Ian grimly turned around, bracing himself to face the horde of skeletons. Back with Lauren's group, Mizu shouted in frustration, "Damn it, this blasted separation magic. We've been cut off." Philip, beside her, also felt worried and asked, "What should we do now?" And before he could utter another question, the monstrous slime charged at them again. "It's coming from behind us," Philip screamed at that moment. Lauren also sensed the mana's direction, the very mana that had called to her. She thought, "I guess this is the only way. Focus. I need to get Philip and Mizu out of here." With that resolve, she began to stand, declaring, "I'll open a path. You guys follow me." After speaking, she charged forward, straight ahead, right in the direction of the mysterious call. Philip and Mizu scrambled to follow her. Not long after blasting through a horde of skeletons that blocked their path, Lauren's party burst into a strange room. To their utter astonishment, this room held a vast army of skeletons, standing neatly in rows on either side. But the strangest part of all, as they entered, not a single skeleton stirred. Seeing this, a confused Philip asked, "What is this? Why aren't they attacking us?" But just as those words left his lips, every skeleton suddenly bowed their heads in unison. Right after that, a voice boomed from the front, "Stand back. You have arrived at the right place. Welcome, Apostle of Tavern. My dear Lauren, or should I call you Sister Lauren?" Hearing this voice, Mizu demanded, "Who's there?" At that exact moment, Philip's face went white as he muttered, "Wait, that voice," but the one with the strongest reaction was none other than Lauren herself. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gasped, "No way, you're Van Ong. Why are you?" Before she could finish her question, Van Ong remained utterly silent. Instead, he simply closed his helmet's visor. Then, with a choom, he charged forward, swinging his sword straight at Lauren. Luckily, she managed to block the devastating blow just in time. As the two became locked in a fierce struggle, Lauren demanded again, "Why are you here? Why are you attacking me?" Hearing this, a crazed glint entered his eyes. He laughed, "Haha, can't you see, sister? The time has come for me to surpass you." As he spoke, he began to put even more force into his relentless push. "I'll force Lauren back, and then I can even kill you." With that declaration, he began raising his sword high. Meanwhile, let's cut back to Ian. He expertly blocked a skeleton slash, quipping, "Shoo, you guys are so annoying. Take this." As he spoke, Ian casually tossed aside the weapon he held. Then he charged straight ahead, full speed. The remaining skeletons watched in utter astonishment. Up ahead, he then spotted a grand statue of a knight. "Found it," he thought triumphantly. The release mechanism. With that thought fresh in mind, Ian stomped his foot down hard, building momentum. Then he launched himself high into the air, soaring. He propelled himself directly towards the knight statue. He then landed with remarkable lightness, right on the hilt of the giant statue's sword. Ian's precise landing generated enough pressure to make the knight's sword tip plunge sharply downwards, revealing a secret staircase hidden within the room. Seeing this, Ian jumped down and muttered excitedly, "Here it is, the secret entrance." Normally, this serves as the escape route after defeating the dark mage. But since I already possess this knowledge, I can easily get through, without having to face the formidable Death Knight. And while Ian stood there contemplating his next move, the skeletons behind him had completely closed in. Seeing them, Ian simply smiled at the skeletons and said, "You want me to go in? I'd be more than happy to." With that, Ian dove headfirst into the secret passage below. To control his rapid descent, he kicked off the walls on either side, slowing his fall. Soon after, Ian shot out, landing in front of a temple. Not even the king of Aslan himself, a legendary hero, knew of this catacomb's existence. "This is the temple where the ancient fairies once worshipped the god of death," he thought. Ian landed gently, immediately steadying himself, and there, before him, sat the figure of a powerful mage. He sat comfortably on a grand, stone throne. He began to mumble, "You have come a very long way, indeed. But this is my domain, nestled deep within the demon realm. With my magical power, I will only grow stronger in here. Now, I will slowly send you to your death." But before this villain could even finish his grand speech, Ian, from the opposite side, blasted him with a super powerful fire spell. What's more, Ian infused this attack with the purified essence he'd saved from before. After unleashing his strike, he scornfully threw some words at the mage. Haven't you learned anything? Still spouting nonsense after last time? After speaking, Ian mused to himself, if I carefully apply this essence, in this manner, I won't suffer it draining all my magic, like it did last time. Turning back to the dark mage, it appeared he'd survived Ian's recent assault, and he was absolutely livid. You bastard! As he seethed, he began blasting away the rubble that had him pinned down. Then, his bizarre form materialized before Ian. It was bizarre because, despite being human, this guy sported 6 arms. Seeing this, Ian was momentarily stunned. Huh? What the hell is that? But despite the brief surprise, he then smirked and thought, he seems weaker than I remember from the game. With that thought, Ian told him, too much talk. You still haven't even used your strongest form. If you've got the guts, then bring it on. Back to the dark mage. Upon hearing Ian's taunt, he shrieked, you weakling scumbag. After that outburst, he began to channel his power. Instantly, the scepter in his hand pulsed with light, and he bellowed, into the air by my command, ancient spirits. And after he uttered this, for some reason, suddenly, a horde of skeletons materialized out of thin air. After summoning them, he began to lecture Ian. Realizing that a red blood mage like you used a relic to cast gray magic, but now you no longer possess that ability. Since you're not holding it anymore, I'll make you realize just how weak you are, for daring to step into my domain. With that, he cast some sort of bizarre spell, conjured countless wraiths, that immediately began to charge towards Ian. At that very moment, the skeletons had already surrounded him. From all 4 sides, the dark mage, watching from a distance, he saw this and burst into mad laughter. Ah, are you so scared you're frozen in place? But his celebration didn't even last 3 seconds, before Ian unleashed a light stomp, catapulting himself 10 meters into the air, effortlessly escaping the skeleton's encirclement. The dark mage below, watching Ian soar like a bird, was so shocked his jaw practically hit the floor. What? How did you do that? Back to Ian. He began summoning fireballs, ready to strike again. But this time it was on a completely different level. This is the first time I've used this skill, but it instantly shot up to level 2. Maybe because it's pretty easy to use. It's a little hard to aim, but that's fine since enemies are everywhere. Following the skeleton's gaze upward, toward the ceiling, countless fireballs had materialized. This was the beginner-level red blood magic. Fire rain, and then, before the skeleton's dazed eyes, a literal rain of fireballs began to pour down from the sky. Every single fireball that fell took down countless skeletons with it, and the dark mage in the back, after witnessing this horrifying scene, couldn't contain his anger and roared, "You bastard! How can a beginner-level skill be this powerful?" With that, he began to gather his magic into his scepter, and swung it forward. With that swing, an arc of light erupted in front of him. This was his phantom shield skill. After casting the spell, he shouted with glee, "You can't possibly dodge this while you're in midair." To answer his question, Ian created a searing flame in the palm of his hand, and right after that he hurled it straight down, creating a small explosion. Using the blast's recoil, Ian managed to perfectly dodge the phantom shield's impact. The dark mage, seeing this incredible sight, looked like his eyes were about to pop clean out of his skull. He changed his direction to dodge in midair, by using the recoil of an explosion. Back to Ian after getting past the shield, he quickly pulled a mace from his inventory, and began changing his magical attribute, from fire to wind. Then, thanks to the unique properties of this type of magic, Ian rocketed toward the dark mage. The bald man gritted his teeth, raising his staff to block the blow. "Damn it," he mumbled, but, of course, an ordinary mage. How could he possibly stand against a physical-type mage like Ian? The result was, with just one swing of his mace, Ian instantly severed both of the man's arms. The sudden, excruciating pain from losing both arms made the bald man unable to bear it, and let out a horrifying scream. As for Ian, despite severing the man's arms, he clicked his tongue in disappointment. "TSK, TSK," he muttered. Then he swung his mace and mumbled, "That move's pretty hard to use. Huh? I should experiment with combining it with a few other skills. I could have tried so many things, if I weren't such a weak character." While Ian was reviewing his recent moves, the dark mage had managed to use his magic to stop the bleeding. Then he turned to curse at him, You bastard. You don't just have one relic to use gray magic. You caught me off guard, you cunning bastard. Faced with this accusation, Ian just laughed and admitted it right away. Oh, you figured it out. I prepared it specifically to fight you. The dark mage, hearing this, shouted back, I admit it, you're not useless. Now you'll have to face me in my strongest form. As he finished speaking, the scepter in his hand began to crackle chaotically, with lightning. Then he aimed his scepter at the stone throne, and a strange transformation began. All the skeletons that Ian had previously shattered started getting pulled toward the throne. Ian, on the other hand, calmly watched him use his skill and said, Phase 2, the second monster. Come on, hurry up, I'm waiting. Before long, a skeleton mage about 5 meters tall appeared before Ian. As for Ian, upon seeing his new form, he eagerly licked his lips and declared, I guess your low physical resistance, your greatest weakness, is now a thing of the past, huh? This guy's forms are truly unpredictable. Let's shift our focus back to the dark mage. He too was beginning to unleash upon Ian the full extent of his capabilities. This is the power I've ripped from the dark void itself. As he uttered those words, he began to raise his hand straight into the sky. Instantly, streams of dark magical energy gathered, transforming right before their eyes, into the shape of an incredibly tormented face. Right in the palm of his hand, once this dark technique was fully charged, he spat a chilling threat at Ian. I'll make you realize that being granted death here is the only blessing you truly deserve. Finishing his declaration, he forcefully swung his arm, launching this devastating soul cannon straight at Ian. The power and speed of this attack were truly terrifying, forcing Ian to hastily dodge to one side. He's too fast, Ian mumbled, startled. He then began to move even quicker, but this attack seemed to possess some kind of target, seeking function or something similar. After Ian dodged the initial blast, the projectile began to weave and relentlessly chase him. Seeing Ian scramble like a cornered mouse, the dark mage gloated, Go on, try to run as fast as you can. Watching him cackle like that, Ian broke into a cold sweat and thought, he's really enjoying this, it seems. He's letting his guard down right now. Good, I'll get close to him by running around like this. As I run in circles like this, he won't be able to fire his magic orbs continuously. Just a little more, just a little bit more. The moment he stops, I'll have my chance. While still running, Ian began to watch the guy's hand closely. He was timing the exact moment he would stop. Now, Ian thought to himself. Seeing that the dark mage had run out of ammo, he immediately charged forward. Simultaneously, he didn't forget to unleash his red blood magic, Fire Dance. As soon as he was in range, he unleashed a torrent of fireballs, unleashing them toward the mage's colossal form. However, it appears the attack merely struck the dark mage's feet, causing minimal damage. This only fueled his booming laughter. Ha ha ha, what is this? You're attacking my feet? It seems you can't even aim straight anymore. You're finished at this point. The dark mage unleashed his laser cannon once more, but in that very instant, he abruptly lost his balance, sending the laser cannon veering upward slightly, and completely missed its target. Did I not aim straight? Ian uttered with a sarcastic tone. At this precise moment the essence crystal in his hand shattered completely. Next he executed a long swift slide, passing directly between the dark mage's legs, and dashing behind him. Seeing this, the dark mage frantically spun his head, roaring, Die! But he had only turned halfway. When he realized his body was rooted firmly to the ground, he quickly glanced down at his feet, screaming, My legs! They can't move! Why? What is this? Don't tell me. You were aiming for my legs to hold me in place. After uttering that, he swiftly turned to face Ian, to see what trick Ian would unleash next. And at that very moment, Ian's voice rang out once more. You catch on quick, but you're already standing still. Now I have enough time to cast a mid-level red blood magic spell. It's too late for regrets. Ian declared as he began to channel an unknown magic, causing his entire right hand to be engulfed in crackling lightning. This ultimate move bears a striking resemblance to a certain Uchiha's technique. Getting back to our story, after witnessing Ian unleash this magic, the dark mage was stunned, exclaiming, Gray magic! You don't need a relic to use magic. Does that even matter now? Ian responded coldly, and then, Before the skeletal figure's terrified gaze, Ian unleashed the mid-level red blood magic. Gray magic, lightning chains. As soon as this magic was activated, Ian simply slammed his hand onto the ground, conjuring two ominous black chains. They instantly pierced through the dark mage's enormous body, electrocuted him until he was nothing but a charred mess. The aftermath of taking a direct hit from a mid-level magic spell at such close range left the dark mage's entire body scorched black. Black smoke billowed from his face, and then his hulking body slowly disintegrated and collapsed right before Ian's eyes. Witnessing this, Ian quickly backed away, grumbling, "Damn it, that's disgusting." As he spoke, he brushed off the corpse dust from the fallen mage and turned toward the dark mage. It seemed the man was still clinging to his last few breaths, managing to voice the final question of his life. How could you learn another type of magic like that? You're at death's door and still curious. Huh? Ian scoffed, as he began to draw his sword to finish him off, nice and quick. Hearing this, the dark mage started cursing his fate. If only I had more time. The true nature of the origin, the power of the abyss, blah blah, blah blah. Meanwhile, Ian listened to him drone on. He wasn't about to let this guy live a second longer, in case he had some trick up his sleeve to escape. So he slammed his foot right onto the man's chest and said, "I'm not going to comfort you, but even with more time, you would never have become immortal, or realized the truth, you pathetic fool." Hearing this, the dark mage screamed, "Impossible, that's absurd." And right after that, he realized Ian knew his name, and turned his head in shock, saying, "How do you know my name?" But before he could finish, our cold-hearted hero swung his sword, instantly sending the man's head flying into the air. "You ask too many questions. You wouldn't understand even if I told you anyway," Ian said with a sigh. And then, suddenly, a wave of pain hit him, causing him to wince and mutter, "Ugh, I've overused my mana again. I'll collapse if I use even one more spell. My head is killing me." As he thought this, he turned to look at the dark mage's severed head, and he thought, time to collect the loot. I'll keep his staff and use his head as proof. And then, as he slowly approached the corpse to claim his spoils, something utterly unexpected occurred. A stream of vibrant purple energy suddenly erupted from the corpse's eyes, startling Ian profoundly. This shimmering purple energy slowly coalesced into the exact form of the dark mage. Seeing this, Ian was absolutely speechless. Is that the mage's soul? For crying out loud. Now there's a third phase. This is a bit different from the game I remember. Across from him, the dark mage's soul let out a furious roar and charged right at him. Seeing this, Ian gritted his teeth, conjured a blazing fireball and muttered, "Damn it," and just at the moment when he and the dark mage were about to clash for a third time, another astounding anomaly occurred. Cracks began to spiderweb across the space behind the soul, and then they violently shattered open, revealing a glimpse into some other dimension behind it. This sudden, bewildering phenomenon startled the dark mage's soul, but before it could even comprehend what was happening, its soul was violently pulled inside. The dark mage's spirit began to shriek wretchedly, desperately trying to resist the irresistible pull, but its struggles were utterly futile. As a result, the spirit couldn't even last 2 seconds before being completely sucked inside, and the spatial rift, after devouring the dark mage's very soul, slowly sealed itself shut once more. Ian, watching all of this unfold, was a bit confused and speculated aloud. What was that? The void? The void, primordial chaos, and the abyss. Those were the very things the fallen ones worshipped. In the game, they loved to worship the void. Well, now he's finally met it, even though I wasn't the one who did it. As he said this, he turned to look at the walls, covered in strange, glowing symbols, and muttered, "Anyway, why are the magic circuits here still active? Don't tell me it's still not over." Even with the dark mage slain, pushing those thoughts aside for now, Ian ventured into the chamber below, and right in the center of this chamber, he discovered a stone pedestal with a sphere hovering above it. I had no idea this was hidden behind the altar. This must be where all the magic circuits converge. Then, he also stumbled upon the Dark Mage's journal. He muttered gravely, "This mage kept a research journal? Like some kind of obsessive maniac. There's bound to be some crucial information in here. I'll have to search through it later." Ian tucked the book away to study later. After that, his gaze returned to the magic sphere and he mused, is this the ultimate source of all this magical energy? But is this truly the central core of everything here? I've never seen one this massive. It's roughly the size of a basketball. It doesn't feel like a vessel for tainted magic at all. Feels like pure mana, like holy power itself. It'd be such a waste to just destroy it. Should I trust my own resistance to this? Just to be absolutely sure, I'll channel a bit of mana into my hand. He began to gather energy within the palm of his hand, then cautiously reached out and touched the sphere. But the very instant his finger made contact, the sphere suddenly unleashed a powerful, engulfing suction, pulling his entire hand straight inside. This sudden, shocking event caught Ian completely by surprise. He desperately tried to pull his hand back, but it was no use. "Damn it!" Ian yelled, and right after that, the sphere right in front of him erupted in a brilliant, blinding flash of light. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found his consciousness was drifting, floating aimlessly in the middle of space, surrounded by countless, glittering planets. What is this? What the hell is going on? Where am I? I don't even know what this place is, but it's so vast, so utterly endless. Then, his consciousness witnessed a colossal black sphere, shrouded in mesmerizing streams of light, causing him to gasp aloud in pure astonishment. Is that a black hole? Wait a minute, I'm being pulled in, Ian screamed, and then, his consciousness found itself somewhere else entirely. What is it now? Ian exclaimed, turning his head slightly to look around, and in just a fraction of a second, he caught a terrifying glimpse of something. It looked like a giant eye staring right at him, and the moment their gazes met, Ian's face froze, and he broke out in a cold sweat. In the next instant, his consciousness was violently thrown back into his body. Before Ian could even process what had happened, a wave of intense nausea washed over him. Wretch! Wretch! The sounds of him gagging echoed. As soon as it subsided a bit, Ian hurriedly called out, "Status!" A status window right after his command. A window appeared before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ian started, mashing the increase stat button for mental fortitude, pressing it over and over. As his mental fortitude stat increased, Ian began to calm down and stabilize. Once he no longer felt the chaos, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "I almost lost my mind. What the hell was that?" Ian muttered as he looked at his status screen. Then he screamed, "Damn it, did I really just dump 9 points into that? Oh well, it can't be helped. I'll need an even higher mental fortitude stat to avoid panicking in the future." Just then, the system suddenly sent him a notification. Side quest complete. Fragment of Chaos. Retrieve a fragment from the origin of chaos. From the void. Reward, Fragment of Chaos. This sudden quest notification left him puzzled. A side quest? When did I accept that? He then looked down at the description. He mused, the void and the fragment of chaos. Does that mean the black hole I just saw was the void? If that's the case, then that thing I saw was an elder god? That's just a wild guess, though. Did that warlock see it, I wonder? If he did see it, there's no way he'd still be alive. He then claimed the reward from the system. A fragment glowing with a mysterious purple light materialized in his hand. "So this is it," he murmured, "the fragment of chaos." Ian mumbled, then deep in thought he mused, "I can feel something stirring within my body. An energy, so similar to the one from that chaos sphere." As the realization dawned on him, another theory struck Ian, and he gasped in utter shock. Wait, chaos? Could this possibly be chaos energy? Even as he voiced it, Ian found the thought utterly absurd. No, that's impossible. Chaos energy is, but just as Ian reached that thought, he felt the clash of two immensely opposing powers. A familiar wavelength, the very same one created. When holy power violently collides with defiled magic. It can't be. Don't tell me Lauren lost. The scene shifts to a poignant memory from Lauren's past. A few maids are busily gossiping amongst themselves. Have you heard the news? Lady Lauren was chosen to be this generation's apostle. I knew it would be her. She's simply destined for greatness. They say she's incredibly, unfathomably talented. If she keeps this up, she'll be unstoppable. Isn't the young lady practically guaranteed to become the clan head? Well, compared to her, young Master Vernon is, well, he's just as that was uttered, another voice quickly cut in, "Hey, watch your mouth," and their hurtful words also reached the ears of Vernon, who was diligently training nearby at that very moment. Lauren then approached him from behind, a warm smile gracing her lips. She cheerfully called out, "Vernon, it looks like you're training incredibly hard today. That's wonderful. I've been needing a sparring partner myself, and it's been ages since we last sparred. What do you say? Care for a match?" Faced with this invitation from his truly genius sister, the young man could only manage a strained smile and reply, "Maybe next time, sis." Such was the bittersweet story of these two siblings when they were young. Now, returning to the present, Lauren and Vernon were still locked in a fierce, decisive battle. It was unclear if Lauren was deliberately holding back, or if Vernon himself had truly, astonishingly grown stronger. But as it stood, he was undeniably overpowering his sister. And then, not long after, Lauren was forcefully knocked back by Vernon's attack, and even her helmet was sent wildly flying. Philip and Mizu watched from the sidelines, their faces etched with concern. Has she already expended all her divine power? She could barely push him back. Meanwhile, Vernon was laughing with pure delight. "Haha, what's happened to you, my dear sister?" And that was just to block a simple sword strike. But just as his laughter peaked, the triumphant smile on his face suddenly froze. Because in that very moment Vernon felt the dark mage's life force simply vanished. Lauren, still facing him, saw him halt abruptly, wondering aloud, "Vernon?" Vernon's face darkened as he muttered, "This feeling, Master's energy, it's gone." Seeing this, Philip exclaimed, "Master? Is he talking about that mage?" Mizu, beside him, heard and quickly surmised, "So that mage is dead?" Meanwhile, back with Lauren, she let out a few ragged, heavy breaths. Then, a joyful thought blossomed. He did it. With that realization, she happily declared, "Then we don't have to fight anymore. Vernon, let's go back to our home." But in response to Lauren's heartfelt plea, Vernon just coldly stated, "Now that I've become like this, is there any way for me to go back to how I was before? What nonsense are you spouting? The savior may be gone, but I absolutely cannot give up. I will escape this dark dungeon. I will burn that damned kingdom to the ground. I will take the lives of every living creature. To become stronger, I will rule this land with my own power, just like the demons behind that black wall. And to do that, I'll have to kill you right here." After declaring his dark intentions, he began to charge at Lauren once more. But halfway there, his body suddenly froze solid. At that moment, Mizu and Philip also cried out in shock. That's divine power spreading out. More importantly, look over there. Her divine power has been restored. Following their gaze at that very moment, Lauren's body was erupting with a fierce, radiant divine power. Even Lauren herself was shocked by this sudden, overwhelming change, and she uttered, "This is divine power, overflowing around me." Back to Vernon, who, after seeing Lauren's body erupt, confronted by such terrifying power, he slowly backed away, then spoke. "It seems you've regained your original divine power, sister, but it doesn't matter. This just makes the fight more balanced. The goddess of death will always be by my side in this battle. This will be the decisive battle between the two of us. Now, let's fight with all we've got." After saying this, Vernon's body was also enveloped in a black, magical aura, and he charged forward immediately after. Lauren, on the opposite side, saw this and said worriedly, "Stop it, Vernon. This battle is meaningless. Why don't you understand?" But despite her words, Vernon still charged ahead without any hesitation. At this point, Lauren also realized that her words were no longer getting through, so she gritted her teeth and decided to fight back. Tears streamed down her face as she decided to strike her own brother, and her appearance at this moment, it seemed to bring a moment of clarity to Vernon's eyes. And then the two of them officially clashed. A spray of blood flew out before Lauren's bewildered eyes, while Philip and Mizu also cried out in shock. Unbelievable, she did it, she won. Following their gaze, at that moment, the sword in Lauren's hand had pierced through Vernon, Turning to Lauren, she felt no joy at all at this moment, only a sense of utter confusion. In that instant, just as their swords were about to clash, Vernon had stopped his swing. In the final moment, Vernon didn't swing his sword, Lauren said in a daze, and just then, Vernon's voice could be heard. At the last strike I regretted it. I guess I really am weak even until the very end. I never hated you, sis. You always smiled at me, but that just made me feel so insecure about myself. I was always thinking about it. Everything I tried so hard for was really because I wanted you to acknowledge me. But in the end I still couldn't do it. Cough, cough. Right after speaking, Van Long coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, looking like he could pass on at any moment. Seeing this, Lauren worriedly cried out, "Van Long!" He slowly turned towards her. He managed to whisper, "Even so, I'm still happy I got to see you one last time." And with those final words, her younger brother breathed his last breath, and collapsed onto his sister's shoulder. And, as Lauren was forced to witness this horrific scene firsthand, her face went blank, utterly lost on what to do. Then her trembling voice called out, "Van Long? Van Long, please wake up." Mizu, who was beside her, saw how utterly distraught she was. He was about to offer some words of comfort, but before he could utter a sound, Lauren let out a heart-wrenching scream, and right after that, an intense surge of holy power erupted from her body. It was so strong, it created a massive beam of light, shooting straight into the sky, while also unleashing a powerful blast of wind. It blew away the surrounding dust. Back to Ian. As soon as he felt the clash of these two immense powers, he rushed like a madman towards Lauren's group. "This is bad. I got distracted fighting that dark mage, so much so that I didn't even realize. The command spell had been broken. The reason I sensed her faint, dangerous aura from outside is because the mid-boss, the Dark Knight, has appeared." Thinking this, Ian hastily skidded to a halt. As he arrived at the exact place he had sensed, the Knight's chamber, and there, in Ian's sight, Lauren's body was floating in midair, holding her brother's corpse inside a pillar of light, created by the holy power. And this absolutely crazy situation made it impossible for Ian's mind to even keep up. What in the world happened here? Looking at the divine power, seems like Lauren won just then. Philip's voice then rang in his ear, "Our poor master." Hearing that, Ian began to approach them and asked, "How did this happen?" Mizu flinched, startled by Ian's sudden appearance. "Why are you here?" Back to Lauren. The eruption of holy power from deep within. Her body had now completely vanished, and Lauren herself was gently descending to the ground. She then gently removed the mask, revealing her younger brother's familiar face. She then spoke to Ian, who stood behind her. "Ian, you're here. Thank you so much. Without you, it would have been incredibly difficult for me to do this. But I think I've now found my true purpose in life." "What do you mean?" Ian asked, his voice laced with confusion. Lauren replied, "I found Van Nong. He was here, but he was killed by a villain, who then resurrected and manipulated him." Hearing this, Ian was utterly stunned. The mid-boss, the Dark Knight, was Lauren's brother? I never would have guessed. Back to Lauren, she continued speaking. "I pleaded with the goddess. I begged her to save the soul of this poor child, but she did not answer, because the goddess is a judge of sin, not a savior. But I will absolutely avenge my brother for this. That is what I mean." As Lauren spoke, her body began to be enveloped in a crimson aura. After hearing her words, Ian asked again, "You mean you want to kill everyone involved in this?" "Yes, that is the revenge I want," Lauren said coldly. Faced with her chilling statement, Ian fell silent for a moment. Then he drew his sword and declared, "No, I won't let you drown in your hatred." Ian's action of drawing his sword made Lauren, who stood opposite him, begin to growl. "What do you think you're doing, Ian? You and I still have unfinished business, don't we? You wanted me to investigate the ancient beast, Andal. Have you forgotten?" Hearing this, Lauren said, "Are you trying to break our contract now?" Ian shook his head and said, "Up until now, I have never once cancelled a contract because of a client's circumstances, not a single time. Besides, if a client wishes to unilaterally break the contract, they must pay a penalty. Therefore, I can't let you return alive without paying. So you want to fight me now, what? I have to fight you?" Lauren questioned. "That shouldn't be too difficult, right? You were going to kill a lot of people anyway. Then add me to that list, or you'll die instead." Ian's tone made Lauren tremble. Meanwhile, Philip immediately spoke up. "You two, please calm down. but before he could even finish, Mizu quickly clamped a hand over his mouth and said, "Quiet, don't interfere, it's pointless." She then turned back towards Lauren. At that moment, she looked at Ian too, her eyes filled with killing intent, and asked, "Are you saying you're going to kill me?" After speaking, she stared intently at Ian, and Ian met her gaze without flinching. In the end, it was Lauren who conceded. Sighing, she finally said, "I've already lost someone precious to me today. I don't want to lose anyone else." And as soon as she said this, the red aura surrounding her slowly faded away. Ian standing before her. He then asked, "So, you mean you're not canceling the contract?" "That's right. Our contract won't be affected, but my revenge is another matter," Lauren confirmed after hearing this. Ian replied, "I have no intention of stopping your revenge, but will it succeed?" Lauren asked quizzically, "Are you saying my method of revenge is wrong, or that it would be too difficult for me to do it alone?" "I mean both," Ian said. Hearing that, Lauren proposed, "What if you help me with my revenge?" "That would be a different story," Ian said coldly. He then added, "Let's all head outside. I don't think this is the place to discuss things like this." After that, everyone quickly went outside, and Van Ong's body was carefully placed in the vehicle by Lauren and Philip, while Ian and Mizu prepared some food. Just then, Mizu's voice piped up. "You handled that well, Ian." "What do you mean?" Ian asked. "Don't pretend you don't know. She glared at you like that, and you still weren't scared? You knew she'd never kill you, right?" Hearing this, Mizu smiled and said. Ian's reply was chilling. "Of course not." This made Mizu jump. "Huh, seriously? So everything you said was true?" Ian then slowly clarified, "This was an exception. I didn't think things would go this far." At this point, Ian's thoughts drifted. "I never intended to kill her. I only wanted to calm her down. By cutting off one of her arms. In that state, she might have gone berserk and fought back, which could have led to her death. But I didn't want that to happen. She was so shocked when she saw me draw my sword. Clearly, she was just too furious, and couldn't control her emotions. After losing her younger brother, back then, in the end, I still couldn't stop her from becoming an apostle of the goddess of revenge." While Ian was still lost in thought, Lauren and Philip finished their task, and approached them. "Not done yet?" Philip asked, hearing him say that. Mizu casually shoved a meat skewer right into his mouth, and declared, "Shut your mouth and eat this." Turning from Ian, she then asked Lauren, "Have you moved the body?" "It's done." "Thank you," Lauren said calmly. Then Ian asked, "Are you alright now?" "What do you mean?" Lauren asked, puzzled. Hearing her question, Ian slowly explained, "Now that you've become an apostle of revenge, I think a lot about you will change." At this, Ian thought with a pang of dismay. Her divine power has turned red. It's not blue like before. She has now completely become an apostle of the goddess of revenge, just like in the game. Turning back to Lauren, she was also looking at the palm of her hand and said, "That's right. From now on, the goddess will only grant me divinity. For the sake of revenge, this extreme power, I can now wield even stronger divine power for revenge. If I were to condone injustice, I would lose all my divine power. That was the old rule, the guidelines I had to follow. As an apostle of the goddess of light, I will disappear. Now I can do anything to get my revenge." Lauren thought, then declared with a determined voice, "I don't regret my choice, however. If I can't kill that mage with my own hands, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Driven by pure emotion, she abandoned justice to exact her revenge. Just as she finished speaking, Ian, who stood before her, casually tossed her a bag. He then said, "This is his head. You can take it." The battle between him and me still happened, as it was meant to. I killed him. During the fight, Lauren slowly began to open the bag, and gazed upon the dark mage's head, after which, she fell into a deep silence. It was impossible to discern her thoughts, and it seems that, sensing this heavy atmosphere was a bit awkward, Philip coughed a few times and asked, "So, did you kill him with magic?" I was also wondering why they hadn't asked about that yet, Ian thought to himself, turning to Mizu as he watched the clueless Philip casually ask that very question. He could only rub his face and say, "Philip, let me give you some sincere advice. You should think things through a bit more before you ask them, you know?" Hearing this, the dense Philip was still completely lost, muttering, "Huh?" At that point, Mizu knew. This guy had zero social experience when it came to adventurers, so he had no choice but to explain. he hides his ability to use magic, simply because he doesn't want anyone to know. He only revealed it now because he had to save us. He had to go all out to defeat that mage. We should be thanking him, not asking questions like that. And with Mizu's words, it finally clicked for Philip. He then awkwardly scratched his head, turned to Ian and said,
I'm sorry, Ian.
And thank you. I'll take that secret to my grave, Philip declared, seeing him in such a state. Ian gave the guy a knowing wink and simply said, all right. Then turning to Lauren, who had just snapped out of her own deep thoughts, she spoke, Ian, since you killed the mage, we'll give you an additional reward. What is it that you want? Hearing her say that, Ian thought for a moment. Initially, I was planning to demand all the spoils, but they ended up being so generous. I'll just decide on this later. With that in mind, Ian spoke up, I'll tell you when the time is right. When the time is right, Lauren murmured, and right after that, she unfastened the sword at her hip. Holding it out to Ian, she said, then, do you want the sword? When Philip saw Lauren offering her own sword to Ian, he couldn't help but cry out, what? That's a sword forged from Imperial meteorite steel. Lauren, however, ignored his outburst and continued speaking to Ian. Take it. It is a very well-deserved reward. At this, Ian started to break out in a cold sweat. I never expected she'd give me this. Ian thought joyfully as he took the sword and said, I'll make good use of it. And the moment he held the sword, a system notification appeared. Sword of Retribution rank, unique, ability, power to punish disciples of darkness. Level 2, cooldown, 24 hours. Both the notification and the sword's description took him by surprise. The item's name and its ability are different from in the game. In fact, it's much stronger. In the game, it was a sword that could only be obtained by killing Lauren. But this one hasn't been tainted by corrupted blood yet, so there's no penalty other than the cooldown. This is amazing. Turning back to Lauren, she explained, that sword has been with me for a long time. It may not be famous, but it will be useful. No, this is a famous sword. Ian exclaimed, drawing the blade to inspect it. He then gave it a little swing, testing its weight. Nice. Feels heavier than it looks right now. I can't swing it as effortlessly as Lauren did, but that's okay. I'll get the hang of it eventually. And as he happily admired the sword, Lauren, who was opposite him, spoke up. Ian, from now on you will act as my proxy. I hope you will uncover all the tales of the beasts of great Andal, and you must return alive. Hearing this, Ian sheathed the sword, then smiled and said, you should be more worried about yourself. If you want revenge, be careful. For now, don't reveal your true intentions to anyone. And don't kill anyone at the very least. Wait until I get back. Lauren fell silent for a moment at his words, as if she couldn't bring herself to promise him that. Seeing this, Ian continued to persuade her. You have to stay alive, to pay me my reward when I return, right? Alright, I promise. I won't cause any trouble until the day you return, Lauren said dejectedly. Just then, Mizu, who was standing nearby, coughed a few times. After seeing that everyone was done talking, then he said, we've said everything that needs to be said, right? We've been through some tough times together. So now, how about this? As he spoke, he pulled the cask of wine from his bag, grinning as he showed it off to everyone. Wine? Philip exclaimed in amazement, while Ian wondered he's been carrying that with him. But how is it not spoiled? That's really strange. Meanwhile, Lauren, after seeing Mizu pull out the wine cask, also said, I don't usually like wine, but I'll drink today. We have to, don't we? We faced life and death together. There's no way we can part ways without sharing a drink, Mizu said with a grin at that. Ian also smiled to himself and thought, on a day like today you have to drink. And just like that, the four of them began to happily clink their cups together, laughing and talking sometime later, a while after the group had parted ways. Now Ian was leisurely sipping a cup of water, looking at the forest before him, and saying, although I'm in a dark forest in the middle of the night, but I can see everything clearly, without using any magic. Could this be thanks to the chaos fragment? Ian's mind started to wander. He was completely oblivious to the several bodies, already lying in pools of blood behind him. At that moment another guy, his face covered in blood, called out to him how could you drink the poison and still be okay? That poison is strong enough to knock out an elephant. He began to scream, but Ian just calmly replied, Is that so? As for why Ian was still up and about after drinking the poison, it was because he had the level 3 poison resistance skill. It was the same skill he used to survive back in chapter 4 back in the present. Ian slowly approached the green-haired man. This terrified him. He swung his sword forward, screaming, "Don't come any closer." And of course, words like these might work on a kindergarten, but for a cold-blooded animal like Ian, they fell on deaf ears as soon as he got close. He quickly drew his sword and slashed right at him. The green-haired guy gritted his teeth and swung his own sword to counter, but then his eyes widened in horror as he realized his sword was starting to crack from Ian's attack. A moment later, his blade couldn't withstand the pressure and snapped in two. At the same time, he was thrown backward by Ian's blow. "Wait, just listen to me," he yelled desperately, but before the man could finish, Ian casually plunged his sword right through the back of his hand. The man couldn't help but squeal like a stuck pig. And then Ian glared at the green-haired man and said, "Don't spew such nonsense. If you've planned to get rid of someone, then you should have been ready for the risks involved." Hearing that, the green-haired man started to cry and began to explain, I only used the poison to knock you out. We were just going to steal your valuables. That's all. Is that so?" Ian said softly, then began to twist the sword in his hand. This made the green-haired man cry out in even more pain, and as he gasped, Ian poured the contents of his cup straight into the man's mouth, causing him to choke and sputter. Ian stared at him intently and said, "You really only wanted to knock me unconscious, you say? If that's really the case, then drinking this won't kill you." Hearing this, the green-haired man stared right at Ian, gritted his teeth, and snarled, "You bastard!" As he spoke those words, it seemed the poison was already taking effect. A few veins on his face turned purple, and within seconds, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood and died. Seeing that the man had met his end, Ian sheathed his sword and said, "If you had just told the truth, you wouldn't have had to die in such a painful way." Just then, a scream from behind caught Ian's attention. From his point of view, the scream belonged to some guy who had just been stabbed to death by the cowardly Philip. After finishing off his enemy, Philip was still tense and panting heavily. Ian walked over to him and said, "Now they've shown their true colors." At Ian's words, Philip turned to him and asked, "Why didn't you help me fight them just now?" "I already told you. From now on, things are going to be very different. Let's go back to when the group was preparing to part ways." After leaving the gloomy forest, the group split. At the time, Lauren had convinced me, so I decided to head to the royal castle to report what I had witnessed. And that's when Lauren asked Philip to go with me. Naturally, Philip was completely surprised and asked, "Why?" All of a sudden, Lauren began to explain. "Ian is an incredibly vital witness. We absolutely can't let him go alone. You must stay right by his side, support him, and witness everything he's experienced firsthand." But Philip, hearing all this, clearly wasn't thrilled and quickly blurted out, "But I must look after you, my lady." But, unfortunately for our timid friend, Lauren already had Mizu right there. "I have Mizu right here with me. He'll be my bodyguard, right?" "Mizu? Of course, milady," Mizu cheerfully affirmed. Turning back to me, I was still debating if I should bring this extra burden along. Is another witness truly necessary? Still, having someone with me could be convenient. They owe me a lot from recent events anyway, so I'll just consider this their way of repaying that debt. With that thought, I accepted the idea of an extra servant to run errands for me, but even then, I had to issue a warning first. "I understand your intentions, but this is going to be dangerous. That means he could very well be killed. Are you alright with that?" Just hearing the words, "risk of being killed," made Philip's face turn utterly pale. But Lauren confidently assured me, "Philip is a guard, a noble warrior. He's very determined." Philip listened to the young lady, and hearing that just made him want to cry. "Master, do you really want me to do that?" Lauren saw how utterly dejected he was. She walked over, gave him a few encouraging pats on the shoulder, and said, "Philip, you will learn so much by going with Ian. If you serve him loyally, you will mature a great deal." Hearing this, Philip knew he couldn't escape his fate, so he had no choice but to accept, simply saying, "Understood." Back in the present, Ian spoke to him in a serious tone. "If you want to come with me, you have to get stronger." And although he seemed cold on the outside, Ian was actually a little pleased. This kid's got more talent than he lets on. Ian continued, pressing his point. You're the one who told me to stick with these guys, here in this dark forest, and that's a cold, hard fact. Hearing this, Philip was utterly speechless, so he had no choice but to accept it, muttering, "That perhaps you want me to experience things like this. Is this the true face of the kingdom? What are you muttering about? Hurry up, treat your wound, and let's get moving." As Ian spoke, he tossed Philip a roll of bandages. Philip then asked, "Aren't we forgetting something important here?" "Yes, we are. Something very important. The most important thing. The most important thing is their gear," Ian said, glancing at the fallen bodies behind them. "You want to take their things?" Philip yelled in disbelief. In response to his stunned question, Ian put on a truly sinister expression and said, "It's called a transfer of ownership. I'm sure you've seen it many times, in the kingdom's border regions, right? But for some reason, even though Ian had given a perfectly reasonable explanation, this sheltered brat Philip just had to shout, "By then, I would have already returned to the barracks. Isn't this just stealing from others and making it our own? This is completely unacceptable." And the result of yelling at Ian? A new lump on his head, naturally. He still had to go and loot the bodies, and after finding a bag full of shimmering silver coins, his movements suddenly became much quicker. As Ian watched from the side, "Look at this guy looting so fast. He looks so happy, and just a moment ago, he was pretending to have the spirit of a knight." And not long after they finished looting the fallen, Philip's gear got a major upgrade. A new belt, new gloves, a new sword, and even new boots. After equipping all this new gear, the two of them turned to look at a sparkling chest, and said, "There's one more thing, this chest." As for Ian, after looking at the chest, he recalled a few things. It was a securely locked chest. He then recalled that, before Shama gave him the poisoned drink, they'd mentioned they were transporting something for a client. Rosa then turned to Philip, seeing the boy gaze at him and ask, "Am I the only one?" Hearing him want to open it, Ian mused to himself, "This feels like a quest I missed in the game. I'd prefer to open it during the day, but this will have to do." With that, Ian approached the chest. "Time to get some stuff from my subspace," Ian thought. He then began pulling a few things from his inventory. Picking up a knife, he warned Philip behind him, "Stay right there." Ian then began to channel mana into the knife he held, plunging it straight into the crystal embedded on the front of the chest. The powerful impact shattered it instantly. In an instant, the chest's lid popped open. Then, to Ian's utter astonishment, a pair of hands burst out, reaching out and tackling him to the ground. This flurry of unexpected actions caught Ian completely off guard. Pinned down by the shadowy figure, he then widened his eyes, trying to see who dared attack him. And as Ian looked, the figure before him had pointed ears, platinum blonde hair, and striking red eyes. From these features, a name flashed in Ian's mind, Elf. But then, Ian took a closer look at the girl's eye color, and fangs immediately denying it. "No, this can't be an elf." And just as Ian suspected, this definitely couldn't be an elf. No elf could open its mouth this wide, or have this many fangs. Philip, seeing Ian about to be devoured, rushed over to help him, shouting. But Ian reacted quickly. He immediately struggled with one hand, breaking free from the white-haired girl's grip. At the same time, he swung the short sword in his hand towards her. But this white-haired girl's teeth were incredibly hard. The moment that blade lunged at her, she gleefully bit down, shattering it in a single crunch. Her work done, she nonchalantly spit out the remaining metal shards from her mouth, then praised Ian. "Your flesh smells absolutely delicious." Meanwhile, Ian finally understood. "I get it now. It's because of her that I couldn't put the coffin into my subspace. That's right, living beings can't enter that space." He then took in the girl's appearance and made a guess. "As far as I know, this is the only vampire elf in this world. She's actually Tesla, the blood-sucking elf. She's destined to drink the blood of the vampire lord, Lucas, from the Shadow Kingdom, and be reborn as the terrifying Blood Queen. In the future, she's a supremely important boss character." As he thought this, an idea suddenly struck Ian, and he wondered, wait a minute, was it the vampires who gave the mission to those mercenaries earlier? I don't know the exact details, but right now, she looks much more feral than what I remember. Turning back to Tesla, she spoke to Ian, I escaped from that coffin, so instead of killing you, I'll thank you. Hearing this, Ian calmly replied to her, if you want to thank me, then get back in that coffin. And of course, Tesla wasn't about to follow Ian's request. At that very moment, she started looking at Ian with a truly hungry gaze and said, I'm so hungry, I'm practically drooling looking at you. I think I could just eat you right now. Ian wasn't surprised to hear that at all. I knew it, he thought. He began to grip his sword, ready to draw it and fight at any moment. But Tesla, seeing Ian's posture, just smirked and said, so feisty, I'll spare you for now. Let's meet again on another occasion. The taste of your blood is so fresh, it's hard to forget. See you later. Don't you die before I see you again. After speaking, she dashed forward, and seeing that she had left, Ian let out a sigh of relief and said, I can't believe she just ditched us. Just then, Philip, who was right beside him, turned and asked, should we go after her? How could we possibly catch her? She'll come find us one day, just like she said. Ian replied calmly, but Philip, now a little worried, said, she didn't look like a normal elf. Did we just release a monster? Even if we hadn't let her out, she would have found a way to escape on her own. Those mercenaries probably waited until daylight to capture her, Ian said, moving on from the blood-sucking girl. Then Ian turned to Philip and said, go get the horses. Hearing this, Philip was a bit surprised and blurted, what, we're just leaving like this? You want to stand here and wait for monsters to smell the blood and swarm this place? Ian shot back. Philip knew Ian's words were reasonable, but he still complained, I haven't even been with you for a full day, and we've already run into so much trouble. First the mercenaries and now an elf. What other dangerous things are going to happen? I'm pretty sure I'm going through a streak of terrible luck. Oh, holy Jesus, please protect me. Philip instantly switched into full-blown prayer mode. When danger appeared, the scene shifts to the bustling city of Andal, in the kingdom of Israel. Right now, in a certain tavern, the two of them, Ian and Philip, started to walk in, and the others inside the tavern began to glance over at them. Being sized up, Philip also noticed these prying eyes, so he turned and whispered to Ian, I think it'd be better to sit further inside. Why do we have to sit in a corner? Ian grumbled, hearing this. Philip began to explain in a low voice, if a fight breaks out, we won't get dragged into it. Don't you remember how I almost died last time? Turning to Ian after hearing Philip's words, he smiled to himself, thinking, he's pretty cautious. We've had to sleep outdoors a few times, while passing through 2 villages. He's definitely learned a lot in these 2 weeks, but he's still just a rookie. Just looking at him, no one would guess he's a royal guard, would they? Meanwhile, back to Philip. After glancing around for a moment, to see if anyone was still watching them, he then leaned in and whispered to Ian, what's the plan from here on out? Ian asked, why are you whispering? What if someone hears us if I speak up? Hearing that, Ian replied, if they hear us, let them. If you just act normal, no one will pay you any mind. Well, I guess I've learned another lesson then, Philip said. What is there to learn in a place like this? Ian grumbled, then got back to the matter at hand. Ian answered his question first. I'll stay here and assess the situation. If anyone shows up asking about a missing soldier, that'll be very suspicious. While they were still talking, a waitress came over and asked, what can I get for you two? Ian asked, what's good here? Hearing his question, the waitress started making recommendations. Nothing too special, really. The sausages are pretty good. If you order bread, it comes with a stew. You can order that too. So, there are a lot of mercenaries here. This place must have plenty of work, right? What do I have to do to get a good mission? As Ian spoke, he pulled out a silver coin and slipped it to the girl. Consider it payment for information. The waitress, seeing Ian was willing to spend a whole silver coin, was a bit stunned. Then, right after, she quickly tucked the coin into her chest and said, if you take on a big job right away, you're likely to run into conflict. This place has its own rules. First, you have to start with small jobs, unless it's something so dangerous that no one else dares to take it. Hearing her say that, Ian smiled and said, that's good. That's exactly what we want. A dangerous mission. Time passed quickly, and it was the next morning. Just then, a large man walked into the tavern, muttering, my head must have partied too hard last night. Just then, he noticed a crowd gathered inside the tavern. He wondered, why is everyone all gathered up here? Driven by his own curiosity, the man rushed over and asked, what's everyone doing? A blond man heard him and said, oh, Patton, there you are. I'm running a betting pool. A betting pool? Patton asked, intrigued. The blonde man then started to explain everything. Last night, 2 guys showed up here. You know that underground waterway, right? The one built by goblins ages ago. They actually went inside it, the waterway. Hearing this, Patton looked a bit confused. It's full of garbage. What's in there to even go for? But as soon as he said that, Patton suddenly realized something and exclaimed, wait a minute, no way. They went in there to catch the giant four-eyed crocodile, didn't they? That's right. The blonde man and everyone else burst out laughing, as if they could already see their spectacular failure, the certain doom of those two. Back to Patton, who, after understanding the situation, asked just the 2 of them? So what's the bet? Hearing this, the blonde man explained, the bet is whether they'll make it back by midnight or not. If they make it back, the winners take all the money. If they don't return, the losers have to buy drinks for everyone here. After hearing this, Patton paused for a moment, deep in thought, and while he was lost in thought, the blonde man's voice rang out again. What are you worried about? If you want in, place your bet. Hearing this, Patton didn't hesitate any longer and declared, all right, I'm in too. I bet they'll make it back. The others shouted when they heard Patton's bet. What? Are you serious, Patton? That's right. If they come back, I'll make a fortune, or maybe I'll have to buy drinks for everyone. That's fine too. As he spoke, Patton casually placed a silver coin on the table. Seeing this, the blonde man swiftly snatched the coin, exclaiming, you're a good man. At the same time, someone else slung an arm around Patton's shoulders, and asked with a wide grin, why'd you place a bet like that? Are they really as strong as us? Hearing that, Patton just grinned and retorted, you idiot, just worry about your own work and making money. Those guys, they're really something special. And while the group was engrossed in their lively discussion, a sudden, deep rumbling sound echoed, making everyone wonder aloud what that could be. Then, as the rumbling continued, Patton quickly pressed his ear to the ground, to listen intently before saying, I think this vibration is coming from below. Hearing that, the bald guy broke into a cold sweat and muttered, don't tell me it's those 2. What the hell are they doing down there? And just as he finished saying that, the vibrations grew so incredibly strong, that even the diner began to shake violently. Seeing this, everyone quickly ducked down, covered their heads, and braced themselves for the tremor to pass. Then, not long after, the shaking finally subsided. At this point, everyone calmed down a bit, but then, right after that, the distinct sound of footsteps came from outside, making Patton wonder aloud. The sound. Could it be? And just then, Ian and Philip boldly walked into the diner, both of them carrying something massive in their arms. Then, Ian threw the battered corpse of a four-eyed crocodile down right in front of everyone, and declared, go get someone. We hunted the monster. The waitress was still stunned, not understanding what was happening, when Philip from behind quickly stood up and shouted, didn't you hear him? A soldier, a captain, anyone will do. Hurry up and call them over here, he yelled. And not long after, a few soldiers appeared, to carry away the body of the four-eyed crocodile. Meanwhile, their incredible story had already spread to the other adventurers. They actually killed the crocodile in the sewer. That's incredible. They used oil to burn it out, then captured it, right? No, they just used a hammer. I think the basement got completely wrecked too. How could they even carry that thing out of there? Back with Ian, a soldier asked in amazement, is it true you two actually caught that crocodile? Ian heard him and replied, that's right, but the sewer was slightly damaged. If you call a construction crew, they should be able to fix it. I understand. The reward will be paid out within 3 days, the captain said worriedly. Then they quickly left. As for Ian, after watching them leave, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, I've washed 3 times and even changed my clothes, but my body still stinks, and the clothes I washed, I wonder if they still smell. Ugh, if only I had some soap. Turning to Philip, his spirits had hit rock bottom. I think one experience like that is more than enough. There definitely won't be a second time, yeah. Ian agreed. Just then, Philip glanced at the other patrons in the inn and said, their attitude towards us has completely changed. Hearing this, Ian wasn't surprised at all. The world of mercenaries revolves around strength and combat skills. They don't look down on us anymore. And just as Ian said that, a cheerful voice called out to them, there you guys are. Thanks to you two, I won the jackpot on my bet. That's enough money for me to live it up for the next 2 months. This was, of course, Patton. He then turned to the waitress. Hey, I want to order some food for my 2 brothers here. After ordering, he turned to Ian and said, if you don't mind, let's talk for a bit. Hearing this, Ian said bluntly, if you have something to say, just say it. Patton slowly sat down and said, your personality is as special as your skills. It's a pleasure to meet you both. My name is Patton. Hearing this, the 2 introduced themselves. I'm Ian, and I'm Philip. After the introductions, Patton smiled and said, for guys as talented as you 2, I'm surprised I've never heard your names before. Where are you from? From the mountains. Ian said coldly. Hearing this, Patton kept his smile and said, it's fine if you don't want to elaborate. Where did you work him for? You must have made a name for yourselves there, right? This constant questioning, like an interrogation, was starting to. Philip beside him started to get angry and said, why are you questioning us? Like this is some kind of interrogation. After saying that, Philip seemed to realize something and fell silent, while Ian saw that Philip had already said too much. So he decided to lay his cards on the table. We're not criminals, I think that's all you need to know. Get to the point, just say what you have to say. Stop beating around the bush. As Ian spoke, he started looking at the long-haired man behind Patton, and his words seemed to startle the 2 of them slightly, but before they could say anything, Ian continued, why is a nobleman like him pretending to be a mercenary, or more accurately, pretending to be from the lower class? His words made Philip, who was next to him, jump. At that moment, the long-haired man on the other side burst out laughing and said, haha. So we've been found out. Was our acting that bad? Hearing this, Patton stopped pretending and turned to the long-haired man, saying in a dejected voice, I'm sorry, young master. Our cover has been blown. It's all right. It was obvious we couldn't fool someone like him. The long-haired man said, patting Patton on the shoulder. He then sat down at the table and said, my apologies. We were rude to you. You know how it is. Some mercenaries have very dangerous backgrounds, so we needed to be sure before we talked. Hearing this, Ian wasn't angry and simply replied calmly, I understand. I accept your apology. Ha ha ha, thank you for understanding. In that case, allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Declan Butcher. Hearing his introduction, Philip, who was beside him, was stunned and said, Butcher? Butcher, you're Lord Andal's son, aren't you? Why, are you investigating the backgrounds of ordinary mercenaries, like us? Ian asked calmly. Hearing that, Declan began to explain. My job is to manage the mercenaries in this city. Besides, you 2 are exceptionally skilled, so I wanted to meet you. Meanwhile, Ian, hearing him say that, had a thought. There are a lot of mercenaries here, but life is very peaceful. They must have established many rules to make management easier. I just don't know them yet. Back to Philip, he now spoke up. I had no idea you were someone of such high standing. I apologize for being a bit rude earlier. Anyone your age would do the same. I understand, Declan replied cheerfully. He also revealed a bit about himself. I'm a second son from a concubine. My mother was just a commoner. I see, Philip said, turning back toward Ian. At this point, he asked, so, do you trust us now? Is there any more information you need from us? No. Hearing Ian's words, Declan replied seriously, no, that's more than enough. Then, let's get straight to the point, shall we? Would you 2 like to work for me? I want to appoint you as captain and vice-captain in my army. At this sudden offer, Philip couldn't help but exclaim, you mean, you want mercenaries like us to become soldiers? Hearing this, Declan replied, that's right, because a war is likely to break out soon. Other lords may look down on the skills of mercenaries, but I don't. Back to Ian, after hearing this offer, he didn't rush to agree, but instead asked, have you received the Lord's permission for this? Of course, this puts my father at no disadvantage, and it even helps us gain more strength. Declan replied cheerfully, but Ian still had some doubts and asked, but to become a soldier, one needs a perfect record. That's true, I don't deny it. However, you 2 made it back alive, which means you're strong enough. So it's a very tempting offer, isn't it? Faced with his friendly words, Ian really began to consider. His manners and attitude may be unassuming, but he's definitely not naive. From his eyes to his expression, he's clearly not someone to underestimate. Thinking this, Ian gave a small smile and said, no, I can't give you an answer right away. Hearing this, Declan was a bit taken aback and asked, why is that? There's a mission I have yet to complete. Your offer is no small thing. I need to consider it, right? Hearing this, Declan was still puzzled, and said, but the crocodile hunting job is already finished, isn't it? At this, he quickly figured something out and kept talking. So you're here to carry out another commission then? That's right, Ian said, thinking to himself he catches on fast. After Declan realized that Ian still had another commission to carry out, of some sort, he hesitated for a moment. Then he decided and said, all right, what other mission are you on? I'll help you. In exchange, you'll consider my offer. How about it? Are you serious? Ian said excitedly, because this would make their mission a bit easier. But just then, Philip, who was beside them, spoke up, excuse me, but if we talk here, the details of our commission will be exposed. Hearing this, Declan understood the issue and turned to Patton. Ah, that's an unwritten rule for mercenaries, isn't that right, Patton? Tell everyone to back off. Yes, I understand, Patton said hurriedly. After waiting for everyone to leave, the two of them began to explain their mission to Declan. After Declan listened intently, he shared what he knew. An EP from the army? I'm assuming he's dead. You mentioned he was transporting a prisoner before his death? Yes, that's right. Our mission is to find the one responsible for his death, Ian stated calmly. Declan, sitting across from him, heard this and asked, so what exactly happened to him? I can't go into detail, but his death wasn't natural. Ian replied calmly, but as soon as Declan heard this, his expression immediately turned grave. Not natural. What do you mean by that? So there's corruption brewing within the army? That's right. I assumed you'd have more insight into this than us. What are your thoughts? Hearing Ian's words, Declan mused for a moment before saying, unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the internal situation of the warlord's army. The one who gives them orders is my father, and Mason is his chosen successor. Hearing this, Ian said with a touch of regret, if that's the case, then you can't help us. But before Ian could sink into disappointment, for more than a mere second, Declan's confident voice rang out, no, I didn't say I couldn't help. Coincidentally, I'm also quite interested in this matter. Just wait patiently, and I will give you an answer, in the name of Bershka. A moment later, after gathering intel from his subordinates, Declan nodded and continued, I've looked into it, and just as you said, it's very strange. The soldier named NEP, and the others who were transporting the prisoner, they all have one striking thing in common. Their parents are either deceased or they're orphans. So if they were to simply vanish, no one would come looking for them. Ian let out a smirk, and Declan acknowledged it. Exactly. Their siblings, friends, and everyone else believe they were transferred to Angeline. And the one who issued the order is a man named Bradley. He's a commander, and also my brother Mason's right-hand man. So now that you know everything, what's your move? Declan asked, a smirk playing on his lips, eagerly awaiting Ian's reaction. In response, Ian calmly set his beer mug down, then declared, I need to have a friendly chat. At that, Declan's eyes showed genuine surprise. A chat with them? That man Bradley is extremely cunning. You'll never wring the information you want out of him. With a decisive thunk, Ian stabbed the knife from his belt directly into the table. I have an excellent tool for conversation. It has a spell that compels everyone to speak the truth. Hearing this, Declan instantly understood Ian's intentions. He burst out laughing with excitement. Ha ha ha. I'd love to see that spell for myself. Mind if I tag along? Across from him, Ian saw no reason to refuse. However, he did add one crucial condition. Why not? But you have to arrange a place for us to have this chat. Ha! Of course. I'll send my men as soon as I find a suitable place. It won't be long. I'm also very curious to see how your mission concludes. With that, Declan returned to his subordinates and chatted cheerfully with them. This isn't nearly enough, everyone. Drink up. It's on me tonight. Haha. Long live the young master. The group of men cheered loudly at the free round of beer. Meanwhile, as Declan returned to his table, Ian quietly thought to himself, everything went so smoothly. He murmured quietly. Across from him, Philip had to admire Ian's skill. I think you've truly mastered the art of persuading people. Forget about that, then. Ian's expression turned serious as he asked quietly, now continue with your part. Did you do as I told you? Yes, I went to tail him just like you asked. Turns out I'm pretty good at this. Philip started to complain, But as soon as he heard this, Ian gripped his sword tightly, making the man quickly recoil. "Ah, it's nothing." Long story short, nothing special happened. It was just as you said. I've also heard quite a bit about his reputation around here. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Ian's face. It seems our little boy has all grown up. He knows exactly what to do without being told. Phillips shook his head with a weary sigh. It's not like I could just cover my ears and ignore it. The people of Andal simply adore their young master. And on a related note, his mother passed away a few years ago. The Marquise then adopted him into the family. However, it seems his eldest son, Mason, isn't too fond of him, so everyone fears a major conflict will break out. That young master will be sent to the most dangerous battlefield, only to meet his end. A classic tale of a turbulent family saga, indeed. But based on my observations, I don't think he's going down that easily, and if that's true, could only be because he's hiding it extremely well. Phillips offered his assessment, while Ian meanwhile had his own thoughts. That's right, although he doesn't worship chaos or darkness, I can still smell blood. Ian said quietly. The scene shifts to his private room, where he is now alone. He now had time to think more deeply. I got the best room, just a few days after arriving in Andal. The women here are strangely comfortable around me, but thanks to that it feels really peaceful. Let's see if Knet's research is of any use. As he spoke, he flipped through the pages of the journal, searching for information. At first, I was furious and vehemently refused. In the end, I began to listen to the priest. Everything I thought was real turned out to be a lie. A classic psychopath's memoir. Dominating magic. Spells are meaningless to the people of this world. Then, learning magic with skill points like I do is just as meaningless. Ian said with a sigh, then began to think again. Just as I predicted, the man who brought Konat down to the underground tomb. In Ajuran, when the time is right, Konat will then expose himself as his subordinate, plunging the entire kingdom of Israel into a living hell. Ultimately, the void itself will descend upon this land, craving a world ruled not by gods or demons, but by the ancient gods. Ugh, it's like smelling vomit, Ian muttered with pure disgust, recalling that chilling image of the void eye he'd encountered before. He then glanced down again, at the streams of purple energy enveloping his hand, and thought chaos force, the raw energy of the pure void, is like cursed magic, and yet somehow it's also a type of holy power. This must be the power that heretics, demons, or the corrupted would wield. Additional content, the fall of Aquilonia. Those who enter this state will begin to transform. A knight becomes a dark knight, a barbarian becomes a berserker, a scout becomes an assassin, a priest becomes an elder priest, and a mage becomes a dark mage. Upon choosing to fall, your role, optional skills, and all related quests will change. You can fall at any time, but the risk is far too high. A level reset, and relationships with the main characters become unpredictable. But to have obtained Chaos Force without falling, even when I receive an apostle quest, all restrictions disappear, which is good. In any case, my mana is running low, so I'd better look into this. Ian mused to himself.